Chapter 126. The capsules Marrow handed out were incredibly effective. Upon entering the water, they could breathe just as easily as on land, even speaking underwater was possible. Blub blub blub. Gon spoke, bubbles escaping his mouth. Noticing the figures ahead, he quickly paddled his limbs to catch up. The group kept diving deeper and deeper. As they spotted bubbles rising in the distance, Gon and Killua remembered the second capsule and decided to use it. A balloon-like barrier expanded around them before shrinking to fit snugly against their bodies. It felt like a thin bodysuit, almost like a protective membrane. It didn't restrict their breathing, nor did it cause discomfort from the water pressure. Their voices could also carry more clearly to each other. Gon, look. Killua pointed to their right. Gon turned his head, and was met with the sight of a vast, eerie underwater fortress. The structure stood hundreds of meters tall, built entirely from stone. Over the years, coral and seaweed had grown all over it, making it appear ancient and desolate. It rested silently on the ocean floor, as if it had remained undiscovered for centuries. Its overall shape resembled a coiled serpent, layered upon itself. Hundreds of windows dotted its walls. Fish swam in and out of those windows, alongside something else. A flickering white fire. White flames. In the deep sea? Ghost fire? Both Killua and Gon instinctively activated Gyo, channeling their aura into their eyes to discern the true form of the eerie glow. What they saw was a fish. Its entire body was transparent, its internal organs and flowing blood clearly visible. And yet, it radiated a white light, resembling a living flame. That's white fire, one of the 7 color beauties. If you catch one and bring it to the surface, you could sell it for 2 to 3 billion jenny, came a calm voice beside them. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy with facial markings pointed at the glowing fish. 2 to 3 billion? Gon and Killua's eyes immediately turned into money signs. Just so you know, Seer added with an amused smirk, these fish have extremely high water quality requirements. If they're not properly taken care of, they'll die right in front of you in less than a second. He had tried catching a few before, intending to keep them in his airship as natural light sources. But within 10 minutes, they had all perished before his eyes. Their once transparent, ethereal bodies had rotted into a foul-smelling black sludge, polluting an entire tank of water. His white fire fish breeding plan had ended before it even began. That high maintenance, huh? Killua muttered, reaching out to grab one. 3, 2, 1. Seer silently counted down. The moment he finished, the beautiful fish in Killua's hand turned into black liquid, dissolving into the seawater. Wah? You. Killua yelped, frantically shaking his hand in disgust. What the hell just happened? That's just how they are. The moment a human touches them, they die on the spot, Seer said, laughing at the all-too-familiar scene. This is ridiculous. Killua kept shaking his hand as if trying to rid himself of the invisible filth. Only after a while did he calm down, before suddenly remembering something. Wait. He hadn't actually touched the fish directly. The protective membrane was still between them. Even through the barrier. Killua frowned. Yup. Even if you use Nen to grab them, they'll still die instantly, Seer shrugged, as if he had already tested it. The only way to catch them is to weave a cage out of deep-sea coral or seaweed, without touching them directly. As long as you can trap one in the cage and bring it to the surface that way, it should be fine. He sighed. Not that it matters, since they can't survive in upper waters anyway. They only live in the deep sea. The moment they left their natural habitat, they would die. Seer figured it must be due to their sensitivity to the surface world, sunlight, oxygen levels, water pressure. Something up there simply wasn't meant for them. The nature of these creatures meant that they would die instantly with the slightest mishap. If they only survive for 10 minutes after being brought to the surface, Killua muttered, deep in thought, then there's no way we'd be able to sell them in time. Forget 2 or 3 billion, he wouldn't even make a single jenny. That's why I was only introducing them to you, Seer said nonchalantly before swimming toward the structure ahead. The swaying seaweed moved with the current, almost as if it were waving at them. One by one, the group entered the building through its windows. Surprisingly, the interior was well preserved, without any signs of significant damage. Strangely enough, it looked much larger from the inside than it did from the outside. Towering stone pillars, intricately carved with ancient patterns, supported the structure from all sides. A labyrinth of archways stretched endlessly in every direction, making it feel as though they had stepped into an infinite maze. Small, glowing blue pearls embedded in the walls emitted an eerie, dim light. Giant seashells lay scattered on the floor, carelessly discarded. No furniture. No clothing. No signs of human habitation. Which civilization could have built this place? Killua asked, puzzled. Civilization? Seer's tone was odd. More like a monster's lair. His answer carried an ambiguous meaning. He had seen it. Something lurking not too far ahead. A monster? You mean this place was made by magical beasts? Gon speculated. The group pressed forward, deeper into the ruins. Then, faint human-like figures came into view in the distance. Gon suddenly halted. A sense of unease crept over him. His expression turned serious as he cautiously scanned their surroundings. I feel like something is waiting for us up ahead, he murmured. You mean those people? Killua gestured toward the figures in front of them. They looked just like human silhouettes, standing eerily still. I don't know. Gon closed his eyes, focusing his senses. After a moment, he shook his head. He couldn't feel any emotions from them. Even though sunlight could penetrate the ocean's surface, it would never reach the depths they stood in now. Dark. Silent. Unwelcoming. This was a place that rejected outsiders. They're just corpses, Seer said casually, continuing forward. Corpses? As they approached, the truth became clear. What stood before them were lifeless bodies, stiff, swollen, and grotesquely bloated from prolonged exposure to water. Their faces were completely unrecognizable. Marine scavengers had made a feast of their remains. Though small in size, these creatures did not escape the sharp perception of Seer's 6 eyes. Some of the corpses had been picked clean, leaving only pale gray-white skeletons. Flesh, organs, gone without a trace. Their tattered clothes clung loosely to their frames, or had disintegrated into scraps scattered across the floor. Others were still in the process of decay, greenish, mottled, their tissues rotting away. A textbook case of giants' fall. And every single one of them, without exception, had died standing. Like the final sentinels of this ancient structure. But then, a hunter license, Killua muttered, picking up a half-buried, tattered bag. A damaged but unmistakable license peeked out from within. The serial number on the card indicated its age. This person clearly hadn't been a native of the ruins. Which meant they were intruders, just like them. And in the end, they had never made it out. Finding some amusement in identifying the corpses, Gon began searching for further clues. This one was a pirate. This one was a martial artist. Each corpse belonged to a different profession: hunters, martial artists, even some carrying equipment similar to those used by professional tomb raiders. They hadn't come as a group. They had arrived separately, in different waves. And judging by the varying degrees of decomposition, they had perished at different times. Chapter 127. A beauty. Or a fish. SSSSS, SSSSS. A faint rustling sound echoed through the water. It resembled the movement of some unknown creature slithering, or perhaps an eerie underwater vibration. The noise came from all directions, impossible to pinpoint. Yet, the water itself remained undisturbed. No visible anomalies. At some point, the group had fallen silent. Gon and Killua, who had been enthusiastically identifying the corpses moments ago, had also quieted down for no apparent reason. Holding their breath, they waited. Waited. Only the occasional tiny bubbles rising from the marine plants could be heard. Nothing happened. Everything seemed safe. The tension in Gon and Killua's bodies slowly eased as their hair, which had been standing on end, relaxed. We just instinctively went quiet for a second there. Gon muttered. Yeah, Killua exhaled, relieved. But in the very next second, both of them tensed, their faces paling. In a flash, they leaped into the water, twisting around. Something had wrapped around their ankles. Black. Wriggling. Vine-like tendrils. The slimy appendages slithered upward, coiling around their legs, creeping over their chests, even binding their arms. Cold. Slick. Covered in a thin layer of mucus. Despite feeling soft, the tendrils refused to be pried off. What the hell is this? Killua flailed, struggling. It's so slippery. Gon gritted his teeth, trying to push the tendrils away. Seaweed? Seer mused, looking at the dark tendrils wrapped around him. He lifted one up, inspecting it curiously, then, without hesitation, opened his mouth and took a bite. What the hell are you doing? Killua shouted, eyes wide in disbelief. Was he that hungry? He was actually eating this thing? It's edible, Seer said casually, chewing. Surprisingly, it had a crisp texture. The tendril that had just been bitten twitched violently, as if it possessed awareness. It hesitated for a moment before attempting to retract. Oh no, you're not running away, Seer muttered, grabbing hold of it. This thing could make a great cold dish, its texture was just like kelp. Wanna try? It's actually pretty good, he said between bites, glancing at the stunned Killua and Gon. Come to think of it, did this count as seafood? Chewing thoughtfully, he pondered the classification. Something that had initially seemed terrifying suddenly lost its menace. Killua and Gon exchanged glances, then turned their gaze to the tendrils wrapped around them. If they thought of it as a monster, it was terrifying. But if they thought of it as food? You sure it's edible? The thought had taken root in both their minds. It really is. Killua, it tastes kinda good. Gon, already convinced, chomped down without hesitation and excitedly shared his taste review. Killua twitched. He looked down at the tendrils wrapped around him, his expression shifting to mild disgust. Nope. He couldn't bring himself to bite it. The tendrils, having suffered multiple bites, panicked. Within seconds, they retracted completely, vanishing from sight. All except the one still wrapped around Seer. Apparently, they had abandoned his limbs entirely. This thing really might be seafood. Seer muttered, glancing at his arm. A patch of red, swollen skin had begun to appear. Well, it made sense. It was a sea creature, after all. It might feel like kelp, but kelp was a plant. Meanwhile, he was allergic. Seer sighed, realizing he hadn't brought any medicine. And judging by the way his skin was reacting, the thing was probably venomous, too. Red, blotchy patches darkened into a purplish hue, radiating a burning heat. A prickling, itchy sensation spread across his skin. It wasn't unbearable, but still. Gon, that thing was poisonous, Seer informed him casually. Huh? Huh? Gon jumped in shock. Now that you mention it. I do feel kinda itchy. And warm. He rubbed his arms. Come to think of it, that was odd. They were underwater, and thanks to the capsules, they weren't supposed to feel temperature changes. So why was he feeling hot? "Hey, are you okay? Is the poison serious?" Killua asked, his sharp gaze shifting between Gon and Seer. Seer's reaction looked way more severe. His arms and legs were practically covered in red welts, hell, even his face. "It's just an allergy. The poison isn't too bad, I don't really feel anything." Seer scratched his cheek. "I'm fine too, just a little itchy," Gon said, bouncing in place twice. "What even was that thing just now?" Killua frowned, trying to recall. "Just some sea creature. Let's move on and check out the rest of this place," Seer said as he continued forward. "Oh, by the way, the capsules you're using only last for 2 hours. If you're still down here after that, you're dead," he chuckled, his tone light and cheerful, as if he wasn't talking about something life-threatening. "This guy. And he's only telling us now?" Killua clenched his fists. His fists tightened. One day, just like Gon did to Hisoka, he would punch this guy. Punch him so hard his face would swell like a balloon. "Do you think those corpses back there had anything to do with that thing?" Gon glanced over his shoulder at the standing corpses before turning back to ask. "Maybe a few, but that thing wasn't very strong," Seer said casually. "Ordinary people probably got killed by it, but hunters and martial artists? No way." Which meant something else had killed them. And in the deep sea, something else could be anything. There were way too many things lurking around. Enough to give him a headache just thinking about them. "I see," Gon sighed but quickly brightened up. "Let's see what's ahead." Delicate, glowing jellyfish floated gently in the water. Neither Killua nor Gon reached out to touch them. Because they had touched them before. And Gon had gotten a nasty shock, while Killua's hand had swollen up from poison. Different colored jellyfish had different survival and attack mechanisms, they weren't just decorative creatures. They were deep-sea predators. Along the way, they found numerous clay jars, but all of them were empty. Not a single trace of gold or treasure. Instead, what they found were corpses. Some were unrecognizable remains of sea creatures. Others were human. The deeper they went, the more it felt like they were walking through a silent, underwater graveyard. This place wasn't the kind of ruin described in legends, where treasure lay in wait. So, was it even a ruin at all? Or had someone else already looted everything valuable? With these doubts in mind, they reached the very center of the structure. From a distance, they saw it. A massive head. As they moved closer, an enormous stone statue came into view. It towered nearly 100 meters tall. Perched on the sculpture was a giant octopus, its tentacles stretching over dozens of meters. At the sight of the group, it lazily slithered off and swam away. The statue. Neither fully human nor fully fish. Its body was humanoid, but its feet were fused into webbed appendages. Its ears resembled fish fins rather than human ears. It had no hair, its bald head was smooth and featureless. Its facial features were flat, with only 2 small holes where a nose should be, seemingly for breathing. Its mouth, however, was huge. The corner stretched all the way to the back of its head. Its chest was completely flat, without any hint of muscle definition, yet its body was distinctly streamlined. Its lower half was a thick, powerful fish tail, devoid of any clear gender. Its face. To call it human would be a stretch. To call it a fish felt just as wrong. Seer stared at the statue, the corners of his mouth twitching downward. There was no way this thing was a mermaid. He refused to accept this ugly creature as a mermaid. This was a deep one, plain and simple. Chapter 128. In front of the towering, 100-meter-tall statue, the group looked as small as fish swimming nearby. What kind of magical beast is this? Killua swam upward, observing the bizarre sculpture from above. Could this be the legendary Fishman tribe? Mero speculated. Fishman tribe? There's a race like that? Killua frowned, looking confused. Why have I never heard of it? No idea. I just made it up. The blond youth stared at the statue, his tone flat. Killua and Gon, who almost believed him. Beneath the strange statue stood a perfectly square stone pedestal, covered in empty seashells. At the very bottom of the platform, a series of mysterious totems were etched into the stone. The design resembled both ocean waves and musical notes, encircling a winged creature. Whether it was a snake or a fish was unclear. Strange concentric patterns surrounded it, something about them oddly familiar. Seer stroked his chin and thought for a long while before speaking. Don't you guys think this looks kinda like the one on my tongue? He stuck out his tongue slightly, revealing part of a symbol. It wasn't the full contract mark, but even half of it was enough to show a clear resemblance. You like tattoos as much as that fat ass likes figurines, Killua muttered, eyeing the markings on Seer's tongue. Having tattoos on his body was one thing, but even his tongue? It reminded him of that one guy back home who filled an entire room with anime girl figurines, equally insane levels of obsession. Just answer me, does it look similar or not? Seer asked lazily. Are you saying your tattoo has something to do with this pattern? Gon examined both the floor engraving and the symbol on Seer's tongue with curiosity. Maybe they come from the same place, Seer shrugged. Something as inhuman as that statue? Definitely felt like something that would come from the Dark Continent. Same place? Gon looked like he was about to ask more, but Seer didn't give him the chance. Listen. He pressed a finger to his lips, signaling them to stay quiet. At that moment, the subtle sounds of ocean currents and sea creatures moving suddenly amplified hundreds of times. A deafening roar, so loud it seemed to reverberate inside their heads. From above, a massive crimson-red octopus emerged from the depths, descending rapidly toward them. It was nearly as large as the statue. It had hundreds of writhing tentacles, each lined with countless suckers. And within each of those suckers, pitch-black eyes blinked, staring hungrily. The creature's tentacles extended with terrifying speed. With just a single, lazy swipe, one of them was already upon them. Dodge. The group scattered, barely evading the strike. The massive tentacle smashed into the statue, splitting it cleanly in half with one devastating blow. A whirlpool formed as seawater surged violently, dragging them toward the monster. In the ocean, resistance was futile. Fighting against the water was like fighting against the entire world itself. Like a monstrous black sun at the bottom of the sea, the creature thrashed wildly. Tentacles whipped and coiled without restraint, destroying everything in their path. Ancient ruins crumbled, reduced to a wasteland of shattered stone. What the hell is this thing? Killua cursed as a tentacle whipped him across the water, sending him flying dozens of meters. Gritting his teeth, he managed to stop himself from being flung even further. If he hadn't reinforced his body with Nen and time, that hit alone would have sent him flying hundreds of meters. Then, from the corner of his eye, a flash of green. Someone was tumbling through the water at high speed. Gone. Killua immediately swam after him. I'm fine, Killua. Gon finally managed to stabilize himself after rolling through the water several times. Clutching his arm, he called out. And then, a voice rang through the ocean. Cursed technique reversal, red. A brilliant crimson light ignited the darkness of the deep sea. Like a burning sun plummeting from above. The glow expanded, illuminating the pitch-black depths of the ocean. Yet, when this grand-scale attack landed on the monster, it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea, without causing so much as a ripple. Instead, it infuriated the creature. Its thick, lengthy tentacles began to lash out with even greater force. It even abandoned all the others, focusing solely on Seer. In an instant, hundreds of tentacles shot forward, weaving into a net. Seer immediately activated Blue, vanishing from his original position just as the net closed in on itself. Had he remained there, he would have been ensnared, squeezed tight in the monster's crushing grip. He might not have escaped unscathed. But what truly surprised Seer was that red had absolutely no effect on this creature. Its skin wasn't even scratched. Even at 1/4 power, red should have done something. Was this thing really that strong? Or had his cursed energy weakened, making his attacks ineffective? "Hey, if we can't win, let's retreat," Killua shouted. The words came out instinctively. When facing an enemy they couldn't defeat, when victory wasn't 100% certain, the best option was to avoid the fight. Retreat? No way in hell. Seer curled his lips into a smirk, his eyes ice-cold as he stared at the rampaging monster. Killua had an implanted needle from a Lumi, his fear of strong opponents was understandable. But if Seer turned back now, that would mean admitting defeat. And he wasn't about to concede to some damn monster. He had never lost, not in competitions, not in anything. He was always number one. "I'm going to kill it." Seer unsheathed his spear, took a single step. And in the next instant, he was right in front of the monster. A clash of extremes. One towering hundreds of meters tall. The other merely 1.7 meters. A stark contrast, like a human standing before an ant. But this time, the giant was the monster. Red had failed. Dismantle and others couldn't sever the creature's limbs. Even his spear had no effect. Every technique he tried, none of them worked. "Sir, we should leave." A blond youth appeared at Seer's side, eyes filled with concern. He seemed utterly unfazed by the thrashing tentacles around them. His only focus was the boy standing before him. "You too? You want me to give up?" Seer's gaze locked onto him before he suddenly chuckled. Marrow? Asking him to give up? Marrow, who worshipped him like a diehard fan? The kind of lunatic fan who'd believe his idol was innocent even if he got thrown in jail, irrefutable evidence be damned? No way in hell Marrow would say something like that. "I see." Seer sheathed Tenemu, as if conceding. But in reality, his hand reached out toward empty space. Wheel of Law. A deep blue roulette wheel materialized before him. Draw. The wheel spun on its own, whirling rapidly before shooting out 3 cards. Upright High Priestess. Reversed Ace of Wands. Reversed Ace of Cups. Then, a 4th card, randomly drawn, Reversed Sun. And finally, the 5th card, freely chosen. I choose Upright Moon. Seer reached out and caught the card as it flew toward him. Upright Moon and Upright High Priestess, activated together. In the blink of an eye, the entire world shifted. The colossal octopus-like beast was gone. The ruined, crumbling structures? Perfectly intact. A faint melody drifted through the water. The musical note-like totem beneath the statue shimmered softly. Gone. Killua. Marrow. All 3 stood frozen in place, motionless, like statues. Everything that had happened had been an illusion. From the moment they first laid eyes on the strange totem, they had already fallen into the hallucination. That's why none of his techniques worked. Because in reality, his body had never moved. He hadn't activated any cursed techniques at all. But his Nen ability, Wheel of Law, was unaffected by illusions. Even within the hallucination, a mere thought was enough to activate it. As expected of his Nen ability, Chapter 129. The capsule's effect only lasted 2 hours. And now, that time had clearly run out. As Killua, gone, and Marrow breathed, seawater rushed into their noses, sending out streams of bubbles. Yet, their faces showed no signs of pain, only peaceful expressions, completely immersed in their respective hallucinations. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before they simply drowned, completely unaware, doing nothing to resist. Seer was starting to understand how those standing corpses had died. Most likely, they had encountered a similar situation. Without hesitation, Seer shattered every conch shell emitting that eerie, dreamlike melody. Grabbing the three of them, he vanished on the spot. He surfaced just in time, before they could drown. What happened to them? Sora, waiting above the water, leaned in to check. They drank too much water, Seer sneered, then punched each of them squarely in the stomach. Gwa! Caught completely off guard, the three curled up like shrimp, violently coughing up seawater. Now out of the depths, combined with the sharp physical pain, their bodies finally jolted awake. The first thing Killua said upon opening his eyes. "Oh. You're not dead." Seer, expressionless, smacked him over the head. "Even if you died, I still wouldn't." "Ow, ow, ow." Killua clutched his head, wincing. "Why'd you hit me? Wait, hold on. How did we get back up here?" He scanned their surroundings in confusion. The last thing he remembered. They had been at the bottom of the ocean. They had run into some massive monster. And then, some arrogant bastard had gotten his ass handed to him, coughing up blood like he was on the verge of death. And after that? What happened? How did we even get out? Sir defeated the monster. Then he rescued us. Mero suddenly declared with absolute conviction. He knew what had happened. Killua, gone, and himself, they had been utterly overpowered. Completely helpless. Just when it seemed like they were about to be torn apart. The whole time, their leader had been standing off to the side, merely watching. But when he finally made a move, it took just one strike to kill the monster. As expected of him. Absolutely unstoppable. "I feel like that's not what happened," Gon murmured slowly, trying to recall. "It was all an illusion." Seer interrupted, his voice calm. "You guys nearly drowned when the effect of the capsule wore off. That's why I pulled you out. We just dragged him down again, huh?" Mero lowered his head in guilt. Killua and Gon. They wanted to argue. But technically, he wasn't wrong. TCH. So it was just a damn hallucination. Killua clicked his tongue, clearly unimpressed. "But, now that I think about it." Gon frowned, noticing something odd. "It sounds like we all had the same hallucination." "Yeah. A giant octopus with a bunch of freaky tentacles." Killua added immediately. "Same here." Mero nodded. "Me too." "Why is that?" Gon rubbed his chin in thought. "Because we actually did see it before." Seer's voice was even. "There was an octopus lying on the statue earlier. It swam away when it noticed us. In the hallucination, it was just magnified and enhanced," he murmured, thoughtful. It made sense. They had encountered that octopus just moments before. And since they expected there to be some kind of monster in the ruins, their hallucination simply created one that fit their expectations. So it was just based on what we had already seen, huh? Gon nodded in understanding. "Are we going back down?" Seer asked offhandedly. "Of course. We haven't found anything yet." Gon and Killua answered without hesitation. "All right, then." Seer nodded. At that moment, Killua glanced down. And saw his own reflection in the water. His face was unnaturally pale, so much so that it had a faint, sickly grayish tint. His eyes were dull and lifeless, and his whole demeanor made him look like someone still recovering from a serious illness. Realizing the state he was in, Killua suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion. And then, a sharp, searing pain radiated from every part of his skin exposed to sunlight. "Something's wrong with me." Killua reached an immediate conclusion. This was just like, no, exactly like, some kind of strange ability effect. Probably some kind of after effect. Don't worry, it'll wear off in 24 hours. The culprit, Seer, casually covered his mouth, as if to physically restrain himself from laughing out loud. He had imposed a restriction on himself. His 5 drawn tarot cards had to be used all at once for them to take effect. And since each person needed at least 2 cards, he had given himself 3, Upright Moon, Upright High Priestess, and Reversed Ace of Cups. As for Killua, Seer had so graciously bestowed upon him, Reversed Sun, and Reversed Ace of Wands. Otherwise, the Moon and High Priestess cards wouldn't have activated properly. Killua should at least be grateful that Seer's Schrodinger's conscience had prevented him from using 3 reversed cards on him. If he had, then Killua would have suffered the effects of a 175% power boost across all 3 cards, way worse than this. But since only 2 cards were applied, there was no stacking effect, just the normal effects of each. And why had he chosen Killua? Because destiny. They were brothers in arms. If Seer was suffering, of course, he had to drag his good buddy down with him. And if Killua was the one suffering, then their brotherhood could be temporarily revoked. Killua stared at the white-haired boy standing in front of him. There were so many things he wanted to say. For example, who wouldn't immediately know that this is your fault? You even know the exact duration of the effect. And you're literally about to laugh. You think just covering your mouth is enough to hide it? You're completely exposed. So, how do you feel? Seer asked, far too curious. He was genuinely interested in hearing firsthand what it felt like to be hit with Reversed Sun and Reversed Ace of Wands. Tired. And being in sunlight hurts. Killua muttered, raising an arm. Pale. Completely unblemished. But beneath the surface, it felt like his skin was burning under the sun's rays. Luckily, thanks to his intense pain tolerance training since childhood, it was still manageable. Nothing he couldn't handle. Fear of sunlight. Energy drain. Seer nodded thoughtfully. Fear of sunlight was obviously from Reversed Sun. The exhaustion? That was from Reversed Ace of Wands, which made people sluggish. He had already expected this outcome. But there was just something so satisfying about hearing an unlucky victim describe their own misfortune. The card effects were written down, sure. But nothing beat a first-hand testimony from the sufferer himself. And as for Seer's own Reversed Ace of Cups, that one stripped away all emotion. For the next 24 hours, he would be incapable of feeling anything. Though, honestly, before and after the effect, he didn't really feel much of a difference. So, are you still going? Seer asked, openly grinning now. That expression, so smug, so entertained, completely clashed with the emotionless debuff that was supposedly active on him. Killua was silent for a moment. On one hand, his body felt unbearably heavy. His mind was wrapped in a haze of exhaustion, whispering at him to just lie down and stop moving. Logic and emotions were completely at odds, pulling him in opposite directions. But then, I'm going. Killua's glare was murderous, as if he wanted to devour Seer whole. All right then. Let's go. Seer signaled for Marrow to activate the equipment. The group activated their tools. And once again, they plunged beneath the waves. Chapter 130. Back in the depths of the ocean, they encountered no more illusions this time. However, they did notice something, fragments of shattered conch shells scattered across the ground. When they first arrived, the conches on the platform were completely intact. But now, they had all been crushed into tiny shards. Who did this? Considering that only one person had remained conscious during the illusion, there was hardly any need to guess. And when they recalled the hallucinations from earlier, A vague suspicion formed in their minds. "Master, do these illusions have something to do with the conches?" Mero asked. "More precisely, it's the music coming from the conches." Seer stroked his chin thoughtfully. The conches themselves weren't harmful. The real issue was the music they preserved. Combined with the notations carved into the totem, it had induced their hallucinations. The hunter world did have music with strange effects. If he remembered correctly, there was a character in the original story who transformed after listening to a cursed song. Or was it a curse itself? That music had some name like Dark Sonata? Dark Gospel? Something with dark in it, for sure. A name that obviously screamed connections to the Dark Continent. And honestly, no matter which world you looked at, mermaids always seemed to be tied to singing in some way. It was probably the same case here. Mermaids used to sing frequently, and their voices had been recorded by these conches. After all, even an ordinary conch could still echo the sound of the sea when pressed to an ear. "I'd recommend you all shut off your hearing. We might encounter more sound-based obstacles later," Seer said casually. As for himself, he wasn't worried. His Nen ability would remain active for the next 24 hours, making him immune to illusions during that time. Without hesitation, Mero, who had absolute faith in his master, sealed off his hearing first. Killua and Gon exchanged glances before following suit. They had no means of dealing with hallucinations, so prevention was their only option. Moving forward, they passed by the central sculpture and entered the latter half of the ruins. There, they were met with a massive swarm of fish, organized, disciplined, and packed so tightly together that they almost formed a wall. Dark blue bodies with white horizontal stripes. Each fish was about 1.2 meters long. Sharp teeth glinted as they patrolled around the grand palace up ahead. No one doubted for a second that those jaws could snap through bone with ease. The moment they tried to approach, the fish would immediately turn to stare them down. But when they backed away, the swarm resumed its patrol routine. The other three couldn't hear anything. But Seer could. Faint, ethereal singing echoed from the palace ahead. He couldn't make out the lyrics. And because his reversed Ace of Cups was still in effect, he was currently in a state of emotional nullification. Meaning he couldn't feel any emotion from the song, nor be influenced by it. Just nothing. However, judging by the surroundings, this music probably didn't have any particularly dangerous consequences. Otherwise, the place should have been littered with corpses. But the environment here was eerily clean. Not a single body in sight. Either the fish had eaten them all, or no one had ever made it this far, dying to earlier obstacles before they could reach this point. The fish are a problem. Who's taking care of them? Seer turned back to the group and silently mouthed the words. Even without sound, they could read his lips just fine. Their eyes collectively landed on the dense school of fish ahead. Seer vaguely recalled that Killua's ability. Wasn't it similar to a certain yellow electric rodent? Electricity should work great underwater. But had Killua fully grasped it yet? Killua, go! Electrocute them all! Seer clapped Killua on the shoulder and waved him toward the fish like a true Pokémon master. Question mark. Killua's face was a mess of confusion. Electrocute? Electrocute what? How am I supposed to electrocute anything? His expression made it painfully obvious, he had no idea how to use this ability yet. Didn't you go through electric shock training since childhood? Seer reasoned. You're a transmutation type, meaning you can change the properties of your aura. And since your body already contains electricity, you should be able to generate it too. His tone was completely matter-of-fact, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. Killua blinked. Mero was also a transmutation user, but his ability involved condensing water vapor into ice. Then, Killua's eyes widened slightly. Wait. That actually made sense. They had only been using the basics of Nen so far, nothing flashy, nothing unique. But if he thought about it, he really could develop a special ability of his own. After all, unless someone else had gone through the same electric shock training as he had, no one else could easily use electricity as a weapon. That made it unique, right? But how exactly was he supposed to do it? Killua raised his hand, experimenting cautiously as he thought through the process. Within just a few minutes, faint sparks of electricity began crackling around him. Standing nearby, Gon and Marrow both flinched as a tingling numbness spread through their bodies, forcing them to take a few steps back. It seemed that underwater, his range had increased slightly. Seer watched without much surprise at how quickly Killua grasped the ability. After all, both he and Gon were officially recognized geniuses in the original story. Main characters, after all, no matter how unrealistic their progress was, it was always justifiable. Let me handle this. Killua stepped forward toward the school of fish. With every step, the electricity around his body grew more intense, spreading outward in crackling arcs. Blue-white light flickered around him, accompanied by the sharp snap and sizzle of voltage. Sensing his approach, the fish immediately turned toward him, jaws opening wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp shark-like teeth. One after another, they lunged at him. And just as they were about to reach him, a blinding surge of electricity erupted, enveloping the entire school of fish. The air filled with a deafening crackle as the current coursed through the water. Within seconds, the entire school of fish was paralyzed. And the ones closest to Killua had already charred black from the sheer voltage. Even those watching from a safe distance could feel the faint tingling numbness in the water. After all, water conducts electricity. Wow, Pikachu! Seer clapped his hands together. The resemblance was uncanny, though the color was different. Shame Killua didn't say the line. If you shout Pika, CHU, while using your ability, your power output will increase by several times, Seer said with complete seriousness as Killua walked back. Really? Killua narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He had a feeling, a strong feeling, that this guy was messing with him again. And more importantly, why the hell would he shout Pikachu while using his own ability? How could Seer possibly know more about his power than he did? Nah. He was definitely just screwing with him. That was amazing, Killua. Gon's eyes sparkled with admiration as he stared at the electrocuted fish. At the same time, a new determination burned within him. Killua had already figured out the direction of his ability. That meant he needed to hurry up and do the same. He couldn't fall behind. What about me? Gon turned toward the white-haired, blue-eyed boy beside him. What kind of ability do you think I'd have? Killua had figured it out thanks to Seer's hint. So maybe Seer could help him too. Seer fell silent for a moment. Then, with a completely deadpan expression, he said, "You're an enhancement type. Just use your fists." Blatant stereotype. That was absolutely, definitely a stereotype. Huh? Gon blinked, utterly baffled. He was already using his fists. Enhancement types can strengthen anything. Just focus on that. Seer shrugged. Oh, and enhancement is close to a mission. You could try learning that too. Truthfully, Seer didn't know much about enhancement types. But he did know a lot about emission types, thanks to being familiar with Sid's abilities. And since enhancement and emission were adjacent categories, it should work out fine. Besides, in the original story, Gon's ability was based on his fists, right? Something called Jijinken or whatever? So really, wasn't this just a perfectly reasonable suggestion? Come to think of it, he actually seemed to have a real knack for giving advice. Maybe he was more suited to being a teacher than he thought. Chapter 131. With the school of fish no longer blocking their path, the group smoothly entered the palace ahead, a structure whose design stood in stark contrast to the rest of their surroundings. Compared to the other buildings, it was like the home of a filthy rich aristocrat standing right next to a slum. A mansion built at the edge of a shantytown, how could it not stand out? Especially when, with his 6 eyes, Seer detected the presence of non-human life energy within. The palace doors towered 30 meters high. The moment they stepped inside, they were met with a vast, empty space. Over 100 stained glass windows lined the walls. Above them, a glowing white orb hung from the ceiling. Its light was neither dazzling nor bright. Instead, it was dim and hazy, its energy clearly running low. Yet even so, it still provided a faint illumination to the otherwise dark palace. Aside from that single orb, the palace was completely empty. Or at least, if you didn't count the strange, rune-like symbols covering the walls, resembling either some unknown language or esoteric sigils, then yeah, you could call it empty. The moment they stepped inside, the ethereal singing that had been following them abruptly stopped. But even if the singer tried to hide, there was no escaping Seer's 6 eyes. Let's see what you are. Seer took a step forward. And from a gap in the wall, he reached in and pulled out a jellyfish. A deep purple jellyfish, speckled with black circular markings. It looked poisonous. And it was. SHNK. The thin, filament-like tentacles instantly shot outward, extending up to 50 meters in an instant. But slick. A series of invisible slashes rained down upon it at the same time, severing every single tentacle at the base. The jellyfish recoiled, its umbrella-shaped body curling in on itself in an attempt to protect its now mutilated form. If anyone besides Killua had been touched by those tentacles, they'd probably be in serious trouble. The only ones here who were immune were Killua and Seer. Because this jellyfish was highly venomous. Seer glanced at his hand, the one gripping the jellyfish. It had already been slightly red and swollen from an allergy. Now, it had turned dark purple, a clear sign of heavy poisoning. But the toxins never spread beyond that hand. In fact, the color was already beginning to fade. From deep purple, to light purple, to back to normal. I feel like my heart's gonna explode. Gon clutched his chest, his expression tense. It felt as if his heartbeat was pounding in his ears, growing faster and faster. As if it was about to burst at any moment. For just a split second, he had sensed immense, overwhelming danger. A poisonous jellyfish, huh? Seer held the jellyfish in one hand, scratching his cheek with the other. If there were no other creatures in this palace, then the one singing earlier must have been this thing. A singing jellyfish. The sheer absurdity of it was, well, considering they were in Hunter x Hunter, was there really anything left to be surprised about? Seer gave the helpless jellyfish a little shake, like some villain toying with his prey. Can you talk? Say something, let's hear it. La la. The jellyfish in Seer's hand slowly regrew its severed tentacles. But this time, it didn't try to lash out with a wide-range attack like before. Its mouth was located on its tentacles. It couldn't speak in any language humans could understand. The sounds it made still sounded like singing. Or maybe it really was singing, and they simply couldn't understand the lyrics. Wait. Couldn't Gon communicate with creatures that couldn't speak human language? That thought crossed Seer's mind, and he turned toward Gon, pointing to his own ear in a gesture. It was a signal, unlock your hearing. Gon nodded obediently and did as told. Seeing that, Seer handed the jellyfish over to him. "Here, ask it what it is." The white-haired boy's tone was casual, as if this were the most normal thing in the world. "Talk to a jellyfish?" "Got it." Gon gave a confident thumbs up. "La la la." The jellyfish let out a soft, humming-like melody. Gon nodded seriously. I see. That makes sense." Somehow, despite speaking different languages, the two seemed to be communicating just fine. Gon turned to Seer and relayed the message. "It says it's the owner of this palace, and that the fish outside are its guards." He paused, then scratched the back of his head with a sheepish laugh. "But I think it's lying." "It's definitely lying." Seer squeezed the jellyfish slightly. There was no way a jellyfish could have built a palace this huge. It had probably just moved in when it realized no one else was living here. As for the fish guards, that part was still questionable. Maybe it really did have some way to control those fish. Tell it that if it doesn't start telling the truth. Seer smirked, licking his lips with the tip of his tongue. "I'll eat it." Even if this thing was poisonous, it wouldn't matter to him. A simple jellyfish salad pretending to be some big shot? Laughable. "Okay," Gon nodded. He spoke again. In some way. Using some method. And somehow, the jellyfish understood. It started struggling, clearly trying to escape. But Seer held on tight. "La. Dalala." The jellyfish weakly wiggled its tentacles. And continued singing. Gon translated. "It says it's been living here for 300 years. Back then, that white orb above us used to shine a lot brighter. And it used to sing." After listening to it for a while, the jellyfish learned how to control fish. And it also said that for the past 300 years, no one has lived here. Gon let out an amazed sigh. You can gain abilities just by listening to a song? The world really was full of things they didn't understand. Not too surprising. Seer mulled over it for a moment. A jellyfish living for 300 years was already insane. It wasn't a Turritopsis dornii, the so-called immortal jellyfish. Ordinary jellyfish only lived for a few months to a few years. This thing had definitely mutated from listening to that song. Not just in lifespan, but in gaining special abilities too. But that orb. Seer lifted his gaze toward the sphere above them. It was small, barely the size of a fist. Inside, a faint energy flow was still present. Just enough to keep glowing. Once that energy fully ran out, the light would be gone forever. If it were just a bit brighter, it would almost resemble a man-made sun. Speaking of which, the buildings outside also had similar spherical objects on top of them. But those had long lost their glow, turning into plain stone orbs. What would happen if he recharged it? That thought crossed Seer's mind. And he approached the glowing orb. Extending a hand, he closed your hearing. He instructed Gon before proceeding. Then he poured his cursed energy into the sphere. Why not use Nen? Because Nen was life energy. Using it here would be a waste. But cursed energy? It could be drawn from negative emotions. And Seer wanted to see if cursed energy would even work in this situation. The answer? It did. The originally white glowing orb slowly, steadily became tainted with black. By the time the transformation was complete, the sphere was now a glowing black sun. Hundreds of stained glass windows around them gathered the black light radiating from the sphere, refracting it in different directions. Beams of pure darkness stretched out like black threads, weaving through the windows and the spherical structures atop the buildings, forming a massive, interconnected web. This was a mechanism. An intricate one. The palace ceiling suddenly split open. The black sphere was lifted high into the water, rising like a dark sun. But its pitch-black radiance didn't illuminate the depths. Instead, it made the abyss look even more terrifying. Seer acted instantly, cutting off his own hearing. The very next second, a song erupted. Louder than the jellyfish's hum, yet completely different. Not even remotely pleasant. As the black sun ascended, spreading its song through the deep sea, the entire ruined palace seemed to come alive. Countless creatures appeared. Not drawn in, but fleeing. The structures shuddered, as if they were about to rise as a giant. Or, as if they were simply collapsing. The vibrant corals instantly turned black. Every living thing bathed in the black light began to mutate. Gone were the brilliant colors, replaced by a uniform, inky blackness. The spheres atop many buildings started trembling. And one by one, they fell, shattering on the ocean floor. The palace crumbled like a wilting flower. Chunks of stone, breaking off, sinking down, like it was dying. And then, a black vortex appeared beneath it all. A force like a black hole, devouring everything in its reach. Broken ruins, mutated creatures. Everything was dragged toward it, powerless to resist. Killua and the others had already begun swimming in the opposite direction, but even that wasn't enough. The pull was too strong. Their bodies sliding backward against their will. Shit. Killua snapped his arm, frustration flashing across his face. What the hell did that guy do? Why did everything suddenly go insane? He fought to swim upward, dodging the debris hurtling past. But no matter how hard he pushed forward, the suction made it feel like he was going nowhere. And then, something grabbed his ankle. The next moment, impact. It felt like slamming into a solid wall. A wall made of water. Then, they burst through. Even with Nen shielding their bodies, the impact still made them instinctively grunt in pain. But the feeling only lasted for a split second. Because the next breath they took was fresh air. That was close. We made it. Gon cheered the moment they surfaced, relief washing over his face. His gut told him, if they'd been sucked into that black vortex, they would have died. Should have used Nen. Seer shook his soaked hair, muttering in thought. It was white light at first. But the moment he infused it with cursed energy, it turned black. And that led to total destruction. If he had used Nen instead, would it have stayed white? Would the result have been better? After all, Nen was positive energy, while cursed energy was negative. The nature of the energy must have shaped the outcome. But there was no way to test the theory now. No second chances. Still, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a black orb, about the size of a fist. Looking down, he examined its details. Name? Grade? Abilities: emits light, stores the song of a mysterious race, long-term exposure causes biological mutation and extends lifespan. Evaluation: a relic left behind by an unknown civilization. Right before escaping, Seer had grabbed it. Holding the strange orb, he casually poured Nen into it. And the black orb turned white again. Huh. This thing should fetch a decent price. With an indifferent flick, he tossed it to Killua, who was still sulking about the lack of treasure. Killua caught it, frowning. What is this? He didn't know what it was. But considering the chaos it had just caused, It had to be important. Maybe even a treasure. No idea. Seer smirked lazily. But it extends lifespan. Maybe even grants Nen abilities. He tilted his head, voice laced with amusement. So? You think that's worth anything? Of course it is. Killua answered without hesitation. Chapter 132. Current world exploration progress, 32% character compatibility, Gojo Satoru 55%, Ryomen Sukuna 55%. In the corner of his vision, the energy meter representing his ability to travel between worlds had unknowingly filled up a bit. He was only 5% away from unlocking reverse cursed technique Limitless, but that last bit of progress was excruciatingly slow. Happiness was not universal. Killua and Gon were ecstatic, celebrating the valuable treasure they had just acquired. Meanwhile, Seer was frustrated over his stagnant compatibility. If he was missing a lot, he wouldn't mind as much. But being just 5% away from Limitless and reverse cursed technique, who wouldn't want that? So annoying. He scratched his head, ignoring the system notification. Even though he was still in his emotionless state, he felt like he was in a bad mood. And if he wasn't happy, he didn't want others to be happy either. So, he turned to Killua and Gon. That thing is probably worth 10 to 20 billion at most. The auction at Greed Island will definitely have higher bids than that. After all, Greed Island had name recognition. This orb? Most people wouldn't even know what it was. And finding a buyer who understood its value? Not guaranteed. That's all? Gon's excitement dimmed instantly, his head drooping in disappointment. Killua also lost interest. Seeing them unhappy, Seer's mood improved significantly. Well, we'll see when the time comes. There are still 3 months before the auction starts. Making 10 to 20 billion in 3 months. Should be pretty easy, right? He smiled, pleased with himself. Honestly, making money in this world was too simple. Are there any other ruins? Gon suddenly perked up, eyes shining. Do you think places like that just pop up everywhere? Killua deadpanned. If ruins were so easy to find, there wouldn't even be a profession called ruins hunter. I only know about this one. But you can always search for more. Seer shrugged, then turned and walked toward his room. He needed a shower. This feeling was uncomfortable. So, do we look for another one? Killua turned to Gon. He personally didn't care either way. As long as he was having fun with Gon, it didn't matter what they did. Gon lowered his head, deep in thought. By the time Seer finished showering and changed into fresh clothes, Gon and Killua still hadn't left. Where are you two heading? Need a ride? Seer asked without looking up, scrolling through his phone. The Heaven Arena had sent another match notification. Of course, he could ignore it, but then his record would show a forfeited match. Ugly. Where are you going? Gon asked instead. The quarterly match at Heaven Arena is coming up again, Seer sighed. Sky Arena was making a fortune selling tickets to his matches, and yet, they didn't pay him a single cent. It really felt like free labor. Gon and Killua exchanged conspiratorial whispers for a while, then looked up. Let's go with you. After all, his fights were worth watching. Suit yourselves. As long as you're not worried about running into Hisoka. Seer replied nonchalantly. Gon and Killua froze, their hair standing on end. That guy could literally track their flight ticket purchases, arrive ahead of them, and just stand there waiting, like a stalker. It's fine. Gon grinned. As long as you're here. He looked at Seer with unshakable trust. Their opponent wasn't afraid of Hisoka, and honestly, Hisoka wasn't that bad, right? Yeah, true. Seer nodded after a moment of thought. Anyway, Hisoka won't be targeting you two for now. After all, he had already fought Gon at Sky Arena. And unless Gon grew significantly stronger, Hisako wouldn't be interested anytime soon. "Alright. Let's go." Gon cheered, throwing his arms up excitedly. Not long after, their airship arrived at Sky Arena. They got there just in time for Seer's match. If they had been 2 minutes later, Seer would have received an automatic loss, and his opponent would have won by default. By the time Seer stepped onto the stage, he heard the referee's countdown. His opponent, who had been smugly grinning, certain of his free win, froze, his face twisting into disbelief as soon as he saw Seer appear. "Our contestant Seer has arrived. With only 3 seconds left on the countdown. Let's give him a round of applause. Now, let's introduce today's fighters. Lara, with a current record of 5 wins, 0 losses, and Seer, with a record of 4 wins, 0 losses. This match has no weapon restrictions, and the scoring system remains in place. Now, begin." The moment the referee's announcement fell, the cheers of the audience faded into a tense, almost eerie silence. Talking trash before a fight or waiting for the opponent to make the first move. That was a common strategy. It allowed fighters to analyze their opponent's abilities. But Seer couldn't be bothered to wait. He casually raised his hand, extending a single finger. But before he could even make a move, his opponent spoke up first. "You must have had it easy, making it to the 200th floor, huh? You were this close to being disqualified. But of course, you just happened to show up on time. If it wasn't for your luck, I would have already won." His opponent's face twisted in resentment, completely unwilling to accept the victory that had just slipped from his grasp. "You people with good luck." He grit his teeth, seething with hatred. Seer lowered his hand, curious to see what else the guy had to say. After all, these kinds of lines were usually spoken by the villain to the protagonist. Yet somehow, Seer was the one hearing them. "Because of luck. I spent 2 whole years fighting my way up to the 200th floor, but you made it look effortless." As he spoke, he wasn't just staring at Seer, he also shot a glare at Killua and Gon, who were watching from the audience. "Because of luck, you were born with a pretty face, and immediately became more popular than me in Heaven Arena. Because of luck, you only ever fought weaklings, and that's how you won all your matches. But I fought for every win. Before every match, I spent hours researching my opponent. I arrived 30 minutes early, every single time." His voice trembled with anger, eyes burning with jealousy and hatred. "People like you, people who rely on luck, would never understand what it means to be someone who only has their own efforts to depend on." Seriously? This guy? He didn't know a single thing about Seer. And yet, he had already decided that everything Seer had was just luck. Just luck, huh? The white-haired boy stood still, then let out a cold laugh. If he were really lucky, he wouldn't have been stabbed to death at a convention by some lunatic. If he were really lucky, he wouldn't have dropped straight into Meteor City after being reincarnated, almost getting eaten alive on day 1. If he were really lucky, his abilities wouldn't have been flawed and filled with debuffs. His incomplete, uncontrollable 6 eyes had left him sleepless for months. The headaches were so unbearable he wanted to slam his skull against a wall. At one point, he even considered ripping his own eyes out. At first, he bled from his nose dozens of times a day. Suffered from random dizziness, temporary blindness. His compatibility with 6 eyes was too low. His energy bar was insufficient. His recovery speed was painfully slow. He had trained desperately to get stronger. Every day, he offered himself up as a punching bag. Sid beat him to near death daily. His arms and legs still bore the weight of training restraints to this day. This was luck? Did he even need this kind of luck? He could have lived a rich, easygoing life, where he lacked nothing. He was supposed to be someone born into privilege. A winner from birth. Yet here he was, everything taken away, forced to struggle. And now, he had to listen to some random guy spewing nonsense about luck. How annoying. Hey hunters, mandatory cult break. Stretch your legs, hydrate, touch grass if possible, and whisper all hail Supreme Killua into the void. Now back to the fanfic grind. Blue heart emoji, high voltage sign emoji. Chapter 133. Wheel of Law. Invisible to ordinary people, an aura surged from the boy's body, forming a deep blue spinning wheel beside him. 4 tarot cards flew out at once. A 5th one waited for his choice. Reversed Ace of Pentacles. Reversed Ace of Swords. Reversed 3 of Cups. Upright Death. And the one card he could freely choose. Upright Wheel of Fortune. Seer reached out and caught the final card. You say I'm lucky? He chuckled, his gaze locking onto his opponent. Then let me show you what real luck looks like. You made it this far. You worked hard, didn't you? Gave everything you had just to win. The white-haired boy's smile held an unclear meaning. Of course. Unlike you, I had to pay a price beyond your imagination to get here. His opponent spoke with pride, confident, even arrogant. Because to him, his efforts were something to be proud of. I see. Seer murmured, almost to himself. Then, without hesitation, he gripped his shirt, and tore it apart. His right hand moved to his left chest. Black-tipped fingers sank into his own flesh. And the next moment, he ripped out his own beating, blood-red heart. A single breath later, the heart fell from his fingers, hitting the floor with a soft thud. The gaping hole in his chest remained open, exposing bone, muscle, and raw flesh beneath. Yet, he just stood there. His lips curled wider and wider. His grin stretched into something twisted, something deranged. What about you? His voice was light, amused, but his eyes burned with madness. Go on. Show me. Ha 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 ha. His wild laughter echoed through the arena. And in return, the entire crowd fell silent. Gon and Killua, watching from the audience, were speechless. He ripped out his own heart. Was he trying to kill himself? Killua had taken plenty of hearts before. But never had he seen someone tear out their own. That guy's a lunatic. His voice was low, wary. A complete psychopath. Even worse than Hisoka. We need to stay away from him, Gon. But Gon. He didn't respond. His eyes stayed glued to the stage, to the boy standing on it. His opponent, Larer, was just as stunned. His pupils dilated, his breath hitched. And without realizing it, he stepped back. Madman. 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 The commentator, who had nearly forgotten their job, finally spoke, voice rising in panic. Wait. Wait a second? What just happened? Why did Seer suddenly tear out his own heart? In all their years in Heaven Arena, they had never seen anything like this. Their own heart nearly stopped from the shock. Huh? Seer's wild grin faded into a look of mild amusement. He tilted his head, eyes locking onto Larer's retreating form. What's wrong? You can't do it. The white-haired boy lifted his gaze, his voice dripping with dark curiosity. Then how about this? He suddenly raised his foot. Larer. The audience. Even the referee. All realized what he was about to do. And none of them could stop it. All they could do was watch, helplessly, as the boy casually stomped down, crushing his own heart beneath his foot. Blood splattered. It painted the floor, mingling with the steady stream still leaking from his open chest, dyeing the stage in red. Idiot. He lifted his gaze to his opponent, tone bored, dismissive. No matter how much you talk. In the end, you're just a brainless coward. His lips curved into a mocking smirk. He could taste the iron of his own blood rising in his throat. But he swallowed it back down. Can a person survive without a heart? Of course not. But would they die instantly? Not necessarily. Maybe they'd have seconds left. Maybe even minutes. The only thing certain was, he wasn't dead yet. You maniac. Lara snarled. You've already lost. I'm not going to kill you. His eyes stayed locked on Seer's bleeding figure. Expression unreadable. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy stood there, his body covered in strange markings, half drenched in blood, with a gaping hole in his chest. At a glance, he didn't look like the kind of madman who would rip out his own heart, crush it underfoot, just to mock his opponent for being a coward. But Lara didn't care about the insult. All he knew was, he had already won. His opponent had done all that just to taunt him. Sure, it had scared him. But so what? In the end, the boy would die from losing his heart. Lara didn't even need to lift a finger to win. At least, that's what he thought. Until his vision spun. With a dull thud, his severed head hit the floor. And from the corner of his eye, he saw the blood spraying from his own neck. Did you actually think a fool like you could win? A boot pressed down on his fallen head. The white-haired, blue-eyed boy leaned down, his gaze towering over him, his smile mocking. Current Sukuna compatibility, 70%, reversed curse technique, activated. The system notification came right on time. Just like Seer had expected. Sukuna had once ripped out Yuji Itadori's heart. Yet Yuji still survived. In theory, if Seer unlocked reversed cursed technique, he should be able to do the same. Of course. It was a gamble. So first, he had used his Nen ability. Upright Wheel of Fortune ensured he would be lucky. There was a high chance things would go his way. That he would gain the technique and heal. But there was also a decent chance he wouldn't. That he would die before he could be saved. But the result was right in front of him. He had succeeded. You weren't wrong. The white-haired boy placed a hand over his chest. I really am lucky. Before their eyes, the hole in his chest closed up. The flesh and bone knitted together at a visible speed. Until not even a scar was left behind. Aside from the shattered heart and pools of blood on the floor. There was no sign he had ever been injured. Sure, he got stabbed to death at a convention. But he hadn't completely died. And the system bound him in time. Sure, he fell into Meteor City. But thanks to his skills, he at least had some way to defend himself. Sure, his abilities came with tons of debuffs. But their advantages were undeniable. They made him stronger than an average person right from the start. Letting him survive and grow stronger at an unnatural pace. And you? You're just unlucky. Unlucky that he had met Seer. Unlucky that he had run his mouth. Unlucky that his life ended here. With no more interest. Seer casually pulled out a new shirt, changed, and walked off the stage. Seer wins. The referee and announcer only snapped back to reality once he had left. They shouted the results. But in the back of their minds, they couldn't help but wonder. What the hell was this match? Seer had ripped out his own heart. Crushed it. Taunted his opponent. Let the other guy believe he had won. And then, just as the guy started his victory speech, beheaded him on the spot. He could have won instantly. Yet he chose to mess with himself first. Was this just the fun of being strong? But one thing was certain. This match had hype. A grotesque, bizarre, and unbelievably theatrical performance. It felt less like a fight, and more like an insane magic show. The last person to put on such a spectacle was HxH. He once casually ripped off Kurlo's lackey's arms in a match. As if it were just another trick. What the hell was wrong with people like this? But none of that mattered to the audience. The crowd erupted, cheering wildly for the victor. Chapter 134. After stepping into the contestant tunnel, Seer finally placed a hand over his chest and sighed. The effects of Upright Death and Upright Wheel of Fortune allowed him to function even without a heart, even letting him survive for 24 hours in that state. Once those 24 hours were up, the card effects would wear off, and he'd be completely screwed. As for the 3 reversed cards, he had tossed them to his opponent. But the guy died too fast to even feel their effects. God, that hurt. Seer clicked his tongue. Sure, the shocked expressions on everyone's faces were hilarious. And making his opponent speechless was pretty satisfying. But damn, it was painful. Getting stabbed was one thing. Ripping the whole thing out? That tripled the pain. He honestly wished he had drawn a card that blocked pain. Still, it was fun. How many people could experience something like this? The moment he exited the tunnel, he saw a group of familiar faces waiting outside. Did you learn this from HxH? Killua scanned him up and down, watching how energetic he looked despite just losing a heart. It was bizarre. He thought about HxH, who had lost both arms in a fight but still reattached them. Maybe some nen abilities could heal injuries. Sure, reattaching an arm made sense. But having your heart ripped out, stomped on, and still living, where did that leave the Zoldyck family's signature move, heart removal? If anyone could survive it, wouldn't assassins lose their jobs? No, I learned it from an old monster. Seer replied casually. 1,000-year-old cursed grandpa, aka Sukuna. Calling him an old monster wasn't wrong. Right. Killua snorted, clearly not buying it. But he could tell Seer wasn't planning to explain. Instead, he changed the subject. HxH was going crazy watching you. Apparently, while the rest of the audience was excitedly chatting. The people near HxH's seat were shaking in fear. His bloodlust had been off the charts. Like he was dying to jump into the ring himself. Seer ignored the red-haired stalker staring at him from not far away, casually walking past as if he didn't exist. As he passed, he heard HxH let out a low, amused chuckle. There was a slight tremor in his voice, a husky edge that made the laughter even creepier. Yikes. Let's go. Quickly. Killua and Gon hurried away. A month later, their short-term goal was still making money. But instead of just fights, they had started 2 new businesses. 1. A traveling circus. 2. An underground black market medical clinic. And surprisingly, both were making bank. Seer had gotten the idea from the Heavens Arena. And within a month, they had set up a full-blown circus act. The main performers were Sora, the magical beast, jumping through fire rings, knife throwing. Killua electric fireworks show, literal human sparkler. Gon tightrope walking while juggling and doing tricks. Mero creating an entire snowy landscape plus custom ice sculptures. Seer, meanwhile, was the ringmaster and magician. And their ticket sales? Through the roof. The prices kept rising. And people still paid. On top of that, they ran a highly exclusive, ridiculously expensive black market medical service. Seer was the chief doctor. Killua and Gon were his apprentices. Mero was the assistant. They only took patients who couldn't go to normal hospitals. Criminals, fugitives, underground fighters. And their consultation fee? At least 5 million jenny. Anything less, don't even ask. In just over a month. They had traveled across several cities. Made a fortune. And Seer had gotten a lot of practice using reversed cursed technique. Since his mastery was only at 70%, healing himself was fine. But healing others was still a bit shaky. At the moment, their circus was mid-performance. On a makeshift outdoor stage. Sora was jumping through flaming hoops and throwing knives. Next was Killua. Expression deadpan. Putting on a full-body electric fireworks show. Then came Gon. Bouncing on a thin wire. Casually juggling and doing other tricks midair. And lastly, Mero. Turning the entire area into a winter wonderland. For an extra 10,000 jenny. People could get a custom ice block. And have it sculpted into any shape they wanted. Or they could pay extra to have it carved for them. Small sculptures 100,000 jenny. Large sculptures 1 million jenny. No price cap on special commissions. And the only one allowed to carve them was Seer. Because let's be real. Killua, Gon, and Mero sucked at sculpting. And Sora's paws weren't built for the job. Even though they had been reluctant at first. When Killua and Gon saw their earnings for the month, they were instantly thrilled. Killua. The numbers in my bank book. I can barely read them anymore. Gon stared at his share, eyes practically glowing gold. Huh? This little bit of cash is blinding you already? Killua Zoldyck, third son of the world's top assassin family. Had a face that screamed May, whatever. But inside, he was already calculating how much chocolate he could buy. It was at this exact moment that the Palaisha family's men arrived. A black car pulled up. And a group of men in black suits stepped out. One of them silently walked over. Bowed respectfully. Handed them an envelope. Then turned and left. Without saying a single word. Mero, what is it? Seer took the envelope from his hands. Inside was an invitation. For the York New City auction in September. What was interesting, though, was that the invite was addressed to Seer's fake identity. Not to Mero. And yet, it had been delivered by someone from Palaisha. Could this auction be connected to the Palaisha family? A black market auction having ties to a mafia family wouldn't exactly be shocking. Honestly, there's not much I want from the auction. Seer rubbed his chin. But seeing the spiders go on a massacre might be worth the trip. Let's go. He casually tossed the invite to Mero, signaling the others to pack up and move out. Do you think the Greed Island game will actually be there? Gon asked, a hint of worry in his voice. The one who answered wasn't Seer, but Mero. If they announced it publicly, they won't risk damaging their reputation. His voice was calm and cold. Golden eyes downturned, naturally giving him a look of innocence. But when his face was expressionless, that innocence turned into something unreadable. That auction house is one of the most prestigious in the world, he added. So if they said it was up for sale, then it would be there. In fact, the whole reason news of the game had spread was because the auction house itself had leaked it. To attract wealthy bidders and drive the price sky high. Chapter 135. Seeing Mero's offended expression, Gon immediately shut his mouth. That reaction, it pretty much confirmed the auction had ties to Palaisha. By mid-August, Seer and his group finally arrived in York New City. But the atmosphere this time was completely different from before. It was as if everyone had suddenly become kind and welcoming. Like the entire city was filled with good-hearted people. Even when they ate at restaurants or went shopping, there were people rushing to cover their bills. Which completely stunned Gon, who was visiting for the first time. "Is this place really run by the mafia?" he asked, utterly confused. Sure, it was nice that people were so friendly. But when he thought about how the city was crawling with gangsters, it just didn't add up. "You know what? I feel the same way." Killua nodded in agreement. Based on everything he knew about the mafia, how could a city under their control feel so wholesome? "That's because every place we've been to belongs to the mafia," Seer replied casually. While inspecting an old, worn-out shrine, their hotel was owned by Palatia. The restaurants too, and most of the shops, also had some mafia connections. So the reason people were treating them so well was because the gangsters here probably recognized him and Marrow. "That's exactly why it's weird," Killua muttered under his breath. If the mafia was being this nice, they definitely had some kind of hidden agenda. But even if they did, it wasn't his problem. A carefree smirk appeared on Killua's face. He didn't like killing innocent or good-hearted people. He hated being used as an assassin. But if he had to kill someone, he wouldn't hesitate. "Neon said she's coming to Yorknu too," Seer muttered, taking a crunching bite out of some unknown fruit. Eyes focused on his phone. "TCH." Killua turned his head toward Marrow, because he had just heard the grinding sound of clenched teeth. And it wasn't his imagination. That woman. Marrow's fists tightened, knuckles cracking from the pressure. How dare she disturb you again? She really doesn't know her place. Woman? Connected to Seer? Killua and Gon exchanged glances, their ears immediately perking up, holding their breath, because this was starting to sound like juicy gossip. Didn't Dalzaling say he was wiring us some money? Seer shrugged. Let's just think of her as a client. A very wealthy client. After getting Seer's contact, Neon had been bombarding him with messages, sometimes sending dozens a day. Even when he ignored her, she kept sending them, sharing every little detail of her life, as if he were her best friend. Seer was starting to suspect she actually saw him as her BFF. But every single time Neon spammed him, Dalzaling would end up sending money to Marrow. By now, all those random payments had added up to about 10 billion Jenny. So Seer had yet to block her, figuring he might as well get paid for being a terrible listener. Neon. Who's that? Killua's eyes suddenly curved, his expression dripping with mischief. Don't tell me she's your... His voice was loaded with implication, a smirk full of undeniable innuendo, as if he and Seer were both in on some secret. My fans are just like Marrow. Seer thought for a moment, glanced at Marrow, and spoke with certainty. Obsessive fangirls and fanboys. They were essentially the same. And honestly, Neon's devotion was just about on par with Marrow's. The only difference? Marrow's obsession was a lot more twisted. At least Neon never considered killing every other fan. But Marrow? Marrow genuinely wanted to eliminate anyone who got too close to Seer. Never mind. Killua instantly lost interest. If she was like Marrow, that meant she was like his own shut-in older brother, the chubby otaku who screamed wife at his anime figurines. Neon said she wants to hang out with us. Seer absent-mindedly touched his chin, then suddenly looked at Marrow. Ask Dalzaling if the Nostrate family is ready to pay up. The silver-haired, blue-eyed boy's lips curled into a mocking smile, his tone light and teasing. But his gaze was eerily calm and detached, like an observer who would never be moved by anything. August 31st. Neon Nostrade's private airship landed at Rim Palace Airport. A group of people transferred to black sedans. Newly appointed bodyguards were assigned to different cars. While Dalzaline, as team captain, sat with Neon herself. A fleet of black sedans moved through the city streets, yet no one batted an eye. Because during this season, this kind of scene was a daily occurrence in Yorknu. Mafia bosses from all over the world were arriving with increasingly ridiculous entourages. Compared to them, the Nostrade convoy was actually pretty low-key. Inside the car, Dalzaline handed the purple-blue-haired girl a thick stack of papers, each containing detailed information on different people. This is the September list. But before he could finish, he was cut off. This is too much. Didn't I already say I wouldn't do it if it got this bad? Neon turned her head away, clearly uninterested in taking the papers. Yes, but these people have close ties to your father, Dalzaline sighed, trying to convince her. Being stuck between the boss and the young miss was hell. Dad's a liar anyway. Neon huffed, crossing her arms. He promised to come with me. But I bet he's with his mistress again. Dalzaline winced, completely at a loss for words. Seer is in Yorknu too. Neon's eyes suddenly lit up, her voice taking on a demanding tone. Unless, let me go find him. Dalzaline's expression stiffened. He wanted to say that Seer would probably charge them an outrageous amount. But then he remembered the boss's orders. Whatever Neon wants, she gets. All right. Dalzaline nodded. Then it's settled. Neon happily snatched the stack of papers, finally willing to start work. Every month, her job was to use her abilities to make prophecies for various mafia bosses and big shots. As soon as she finished, she excitedly pulled out her phone. Let's go find Seer. Dalzaline didn't even have time to stop her before she suddenly froze. He says he just got busy with something else. No time to hang out. She slumped into her seat, pouting in frustration. Dalzaline sighed and pulled out his own phone, preparing to negotiate with someone, somewhere in Yorknu. Seer was leisurely strolling down a busy street, eating, drinking, and casually bargain hunting. Then, he suddenly stopped. A thin trickle of blood slid from his nostril. Without missing a beat, he pulled out a tissue, casually wiping his nosebleed. Oi, what's wrong with you? Killua eyed him suspiciously. Got a bit too much heat. Seer's reply was nonchalant, but his gaze was locked on something distant, something far beyond what Killua could see. Some decently strong people had just entered Yorknu's borders. The spiders? The auction was starting tomorrow, so they'd probably make their move either tonight or tomorrow. As he thought about it, Seer casually sent Neon a message. Busy. No time. The Nostrades were generous. But this was finally getting interesting. And money could take a backseat. For now. Chapter 136. August 31, 1999. Before the September auction, Yorknu was hosting an underground auction, an exclusive event for mafia groups. Of course, there were also countless other smaller underground auctions happening. But on the 31st, this was the main course before the Southern Peace auction. Everything else? Just appetizers. While Southern Peace mainly auctioned legal goods, the underground auction was for items of questionable origins, and only mafia members could receive an invitation. For example, Nyon Nostrade, or Mero Perlicia. Naturally, since Mero was invited, Seer was also on the guest list. Guests in black suits entered one after another. Seer barely distinguished who was a bodyguard and who was a boss, because whether they were seated, standing on stage, or off to the side, everyone was dressed in black. Well, except for him. In his white suit, he was a lone spot of white in a sea of black, painfully conspicuous. "Seer!" A cheerful voice rang out. The blonde girl had spotted him instantly. Neon ran toward him, while her exasperated entourage had no choice but to follow. Before attending, Neon had already used her ability to predict the fates of several mafia bosses at the auction. Because of what she saw, the Nostrade family strongly forbade her from attending herself. But Neon threw a tantrum. A relentless one. And when she insisted, "Seer will be there," Dalzaline begrudgingly agreed. Just a quick look, if Seer wasn't there, they'd leave immediately. That was the plan. But Dalzaline never actually intended to let her come. So, he made sure her bodyguards stayed close. Didn't matter. She shook them off, claiming she wanted to shop for clothes. Then, she escaped through a fitting room's hidden exit. By the time Kurapika messaged him, Dalzaline just sighed, "Yeah. Sounds exactly like her." As her bodyguards, what could they do? Split up and search. Dazal guessed she'd head for the auction hall, so he brought his team over, using his status as the Nostrade bodyguard captain to gain access. And as soon as they arrived, he saw her, running straight toward that white-haired brat. Dalzaline froze for a moment. Beside him, a short, odd-looking figure subtly glanced at him. Dalzaline heartbeat, a flicker of surprise? Did he know that white-haired boy? Meanwhile, Neon Nostrade's heartbeat spiked the moment she saw that same white-haired boy. Interest? Attraction? But the white-haired boy's heartbeat? Steady. Calm. Unchanging. From start to finish. "See? I told you you'd come." Neon huffed, then pouted at Dazal. "He kept saying you wouldn't come. He even tried to stop me. Good thing I'm smart and escaped." She rambled on, complaining about how Dalzaline never let her go out alone, how he forbade her from attending the auction. To her, it was unfair and ridiculous. "Seer, are you even listening?" When she got no response, she dragged out his name in annoyance. But then she paused. The blue-eyed boy was simply watching her, his gaze calm, his expression unreadable. Then, he spoke. "Oh. You're here too? Wait. Did Neon show up at the original auction? If she did, didn't she die? If she died, then how did the Spider's leader ever get to use her ability?" Neon didn't seem like someone who'd leave a lingering nen after death. So, if she survived, who saved her? Dalzaline? Didn't seem strong enough. Then who? Or maybe she wasn't supposed to be here in the original story, but the plot changed? Eh? What do you mean? Neon huffed. "They sent me an invitation, of course I'm here. What I mean is, your strength isn't enough to be here. You could easily die." A minor side character with a bit of screen time, if she showed up here, wouldn't she just become instant cannon fodder? "Is there something you want from this auction?" Seer asked curiously. "Yep. Look," Neon pulled out an auction catalog, pointing at one of the listings. "Scarlet eyes. One of the 7 most beautiful wonders in the world. I want to see if they're really as stunning as people say." She glanced up at Seer. "But honestly, even in the pictures, I think your eyes are prettier." "Even in real life, mine look better," the white-haired boy said, tapping the corner of his own eye. His tone carried a hint of smugness. "There's no way anyone in this world has more beautiful eyes than me." Seer suddenly had an idea. "Since we're all together, why don't you do a reading for everyone, Neon?" Neon couldn't predict her own fate, but through others, she could get a general idea of what was going to happen. "Everyone?" Neon blinked, but there was no sign of annoyance on her face. "For example, your new bodyguards." Seer gestured toward them one by one. One of them, a woman, stiffened the moment she saw the white-haired boy, instinctively stepping back, half hiding behind her teammates. "What's wrong, Faye? Do you know that guy?" one of the guards asked. Faye didn't respond, her smile forced. "Know him? I almost got killed by him. That kid has a temper," she warned her colleagues. Then, lighting a cigarette, she exhaled and muttered, "The white-haired bounty devil." "You mean that bounty devil?" Another guard's voice dropped to a whisper in disbelief. For contract hunters like them, mercenaries hired by the mafia to do illegal jobs, bounty hunters were like law enforcement to criminals. Didn't matter how strong they were, just being near one was enough to make them nervous. As if, at any moment, they'd be captured and turned in for their own bounties. And now he's asking Our Lady to predict our future? A precious ability like that. Would she really use it on us? The bodyguards whispered among themselves. Desaline was also surprised. Their boss treated Neon's ability as priceless. They, the tools, weren't even worthy of her predictions. That's why their boss forbade her from attending the auction but ordered them to go, risking their lives to bid for the items she wanted. In other words, they were disposable. Bodyguards could always be replaced. But a seer like Neon? Irreplaceable. "They want a reading?" Neon sighed. "Ugh, I kinda don't feel like working. But since you're the one asking, seer, I guess I have no choice." With a reluctant expression, she pulled out a pen and paper from her bag. "Write your full names and birth dates on these," she said, passing out paper slips. "She's really doing it?" The guards exchanged shocked glances. Neon turned back to Seer with bright eyes. "Do you want one too?" Seer smiled lazily. "No thanks. I like the uncertainty of life." "Oh. Same here. That's why I never read my own fortune." Neon beamed, as if she'd found a kindred spirit. Dalzaline stared at his own blank paper, his eyelid twitching. This was the first time Neon had ever predicted his future. Even their boss had to use rare treasures to bribe her into working. But this white-haired boy. With just one sentence, he got her to do it willingly. And not only that, she even offered him one. Dalzaline knew it was the wrong time for this thought, and he should probably be grateful. But for some reason, all he felt was a headache. His gaze toward Seer became complicated. Chapter 137. One by one, slips of paper with personal details were handed to Neon. Sitting beside Seer in the guest seats, she held a pen and slipped into work mode. As more Mafia members filled the venue, the auction was about to begin. Neon's fortune-telling started and ended quickly. Dalzaline picked up the discarded slips, scanning each one before handing them back to their owners. Then, his gaze landed on his own paper, and his face twisted in shock and fear. Sleep. Bed. In Neon's prophecies, these words had always symbolized death. And just now, every single prediction had mentioned sleep or bed. In other words, they were all going to die. And most likely, right here at this auction. Greater than the hall, packed with people, is already covered in cobwebs. You will soon fall into an eternal sleep. Stay away from the hammer that settles the dust, life's door is only one step away. We need to leave, Dalzaline muttered. He moved to stand up. But before they could go, two suited figures stepped onto the stage, one short and under 1.6 meters tall, the other massive in build. Like auctioneers, they stood at the podium. Seer's gaze fell on them, instantly recognizing who they were. The aura they gave off. Their distinctive appearances. No doubt, members of the Phantom Troupe. The short one was Phaeton, and the big guy. Franklin, maybe? If you run now, you might make it, Seer drawled, resting his chin on one hand. But they've got someone watching the door too. Not too strong, though. The one at the entrance should be another Phantom Troupe member. A woman, carrying a strange item. A conjurer, most likely. Must be Shizuku. Ladies and gentlemen. On stage, Phaeton and Franklin both shifted their attention to the only guest wearing white. Something about the kid's face felt familiar. But familiar or not, it didn't matter. Their mission came first. Welcome to tonight's auction. No need for small talk, Phaeton smirked. Let's just send you all to hell instead. Watch my double machine gun. As he spoke, he extended his hands. Behind him, Franklin did the same. His fingers, adorned with rings and chains, suddenly split apart, 10 gun barrels, now fully revealed. And then, bullets rained down. Ice shield. Before the gunfire even started, Marrow's face had twisted in alarm. At the very moment Phaeton said "send you to hell" and the crowd erupted in panic, he had already moved. He raised a hand, activating his Nen ability. Massive ice shields materialized, forming a barrier in front of the guests. But the bullets weren't normal bullets. They were Nen bullets. If they had been regular bullets, the ice shields might have held up. But these. They pierced straight through. Straight into the crowd. By the time the ice walls formed, Dalzalin had already jumped to his feet, dragging Neon toward the exit. Seer. Even as she was being pulled along, Neon instinctively reached out, grabbing Seer's wrist. And dragging him with them. Seer followed them at an unhurried pace. The Nen bullets tore through the ice shields too fast, so fast that before they could even reach the exit, the bullets had already caught up to them from behind. Of course, Seer didn't get hit. Because Marrow had shielded him. My lord, hurry and leave. The blonde figure, riddled with bullet holes, stood firm behind him, his legs seemingly welded to the ground. Blood poured from his mouth as he urged Seer to escape. Miss. Run. Dalzalin used the last of his strength to pry open the door, only to collapse at the threshold. And with Dalzalin down, Neon had no one left to protect her. She, too, was struck by the incoming barrage of bullets. At the same time, the others had just reached the door, only to be slammed by a sudden, vacuum-like force, knocking them all to the ground. The prophecy, what had seemed like an inevitable massacre, was unfolding right before their eyes, too fast for anyone to react. But where was the so-called door to life? Just one step away. There was no chance of survival at all. Dalzalin's consciousness faded as he stared at the open door, at the fallen figures beyond it, and sighed internally. So that was it, huh? I never asked you to shield me, Seer deadpanned, staring at Mallow's bullet-ridden body. Was that really necessary? All this dramatic, tragic farewell nonsense. The Nen bullet struck his own body, but they sank in like pebbles dropped into the ocean, completely neutralized by his Nen and cursed energy, leaving not even a scratch. The auction hall was now a massacre site. Other than Seer and the killers themselves, nearly everyone else was dead. A handful still clung to life, but barely. They wouldn't last much longer. That brat came out of this completely unscathed, Franklin, Phaeton muttered, eyes narrowing in intrigue at the only person left standing. I think I remember who he is now, Phaeton. Franklin glanced at his own fingers, as if wondering whether his strength had declined, then continued, Pampas gave us a heads up about him before, remember? That kid from District 12. Phaeton's eyes flickered as he dug through his memory. Right, there was that one time. When they were back in Meteor City, Pampas had sent out a message, not just to him, but to the whole original crew, including the boss. Something about a younger generation from Meteor City, telling them to be mindful if they ever ran into him outside. Basically, don't kill their own. So that's who this brat is. Phaeton's expression shifted in realization. Pampas was a valuable ally, and Meteor City folks tended to look out for their own. No point in wasting energy taking down someone on the same side. Besides, Pampas mentioned, "This kid took out quite a few mafia guys himself," Franklin added, his tone carrying a hint of respect. Why were they here at this mafia-organized auction? To provoke and intimidate the underworld, of course. Every so often, the Phantom Troupe would stir up chaos, making sure the world remembered their name. A show of force, a warning. And that white-haired brat had done something similar. Franklin approved. "Then forget it," Phaeton muttered darkly. "He's not dead, not even injured." "Hey, these guys are mine," the white-haired boy casually waved at them, like he was greeting old friends. Then, he pointed at the half-dead bodies on the ground. A clear request. Phaeton and Franklin exchanged a look. They didn't bother arguing. Half-dead trash? If he wanted them, he could have them. Those hit by Franklin's Nen bullets weren't getting back up anytime soon. At best, they would die sooner. At worst, they would die later. Either way, the outcome was the same. If someone wanted to preserve their corpses, the troupe could grant that small courtesy. After all, they were all from Meteor City. But more importantly, Franklin's Nen bullets had no effect on the boy. His strength was clearly nothing to scoff at. There was no need to make an enemy out of someone who was not only tough, but also had some ties to them. Better to leave it alone. Why is someone still alive? A girl carrying a vacuum-like device, Blinky, stepped into the auction hall, ready to clean up. Shizuku turned to Phaeton and Franklin, puzzled. "Not like you'd remember even if we told you," Phaeton quipped, poking fun at her horrible memory. "Just finish up, and let's go," Franklin instructed. "Okay." Shizuku hoisted Blinky, pointing its narrow, compact nozzle at the corpses littering the hall. Though it was small, the device effortlessly sucked in every single body. Then, she aimed it at Marrow and the others. Before she could activate it, Seer stepped forward, placing his foot firmly atop Blinky. "These ones stay." His voice was light, his expression lazy, but there was no room for argument. His sudden movement put Phaeton and Franklin on edge. "Leave them," Franklin called out. "Oh." Shizuku obediently retracted Blinky. "Let's go." Phaeton and Franklin headed for the exit, Shizuku following behind. Even as they left, they kept their guard up, watching the white-haired boy out of the corner of their eyes, just in case. Only when they were gone did Seer finally crouch down, observing the barely alive bodies at his feet. Damn. They dropped fast. Reversed cursed technique. His cursed energy flared to life, surging into the dying figures. Healing external wounds was easy, his technique could even regenerate severed limbs. Seer. Neon stirred, awakening mid-treatment. Tears welled in her violet blue eyes as she gripped his hand, seemingly ready to say her last words. Next. Seer pulled his hand free and reached for the next person. I'm not dead. Neon bolted upright, frantically patting herself down. The bullet holes in her clothes, the bloodstains, all proved what had just happened wasn't a dream. She had been dying. But now she was fine. So that's where the door to life was. Dalzaling whispered, staring at the white-haired boy in realization. Just one step away. The gap between life and death had only been the size of their young mistress. I see. Outside the hall. A blonde-haired boy rushed in, rushing past two men and a woman at the entrance. Something about them nagged at him, but he didn't have time to think, he was focused on the auction hall. Finally, after pushing open several doors, he found the one person he was searching for. Miss Neon. Kurapika let out a breath of relief the moment he saw her. As her bodyguard, being separated from her had been a serious failure. But instead of scolding him, Dalzaling looked at him with lingering fear. "You came just in time," he said. "We need to leave. Now." Then, he turned to the rest of their group. "Remember this. We were never at this auction." "What happened?" Kurapika frowned. That's when he finally noticed. The auction hall was far too empty. The seats were gone. There were no strangers around. The silence was unnerving. "Don't ask. Don't say anything. Just leave." Dalzaling's face was grim. "Miss Neon, let's go." The purple-haired girl nodded. She had felt death firsthand. There was no need to be reckless anymore. Just as they were about to leave. "Oh, right." Seer's leisurely voice rang out. "Neon, Dalzaling, and your 5 other guards. 7 people total." He tilted his head, smiling. 1 life, 1 billion Jenny. Neon counts as 3 billion. Let's round it up. That'll be 10 billion Jenny from the Nostrate family. His smile widened. "No installments. What, you thought you could just walk away? For free?" Dazal's body stiffened. His face darkened. 10 billion? The boss would rather let them all die than pay that much. There was no way he'd agree. "Let him know," Seer hummed. "If he tries to back out, I'll come collect it myself." Dalzaling felt a chill run down his spine. The boss would be terrified. "You better say yes," Neon cut in, arms crossed. "Seer saved me, Daddy will definitely agree." "Understood." Dalzaling gritted his teeth. The Mafia would investigate this massacre soon enough. Then, the 10 Dons would likely send the shadow beasts after them. But for the boss, nothing was more important than ensuring Nyan's safety. Getting her out of Yorknu would be his top priority. Which was fine. This place was far too dangerous. He never wanted to experience that helplessness again. Revenge? That would be suicide. Chapter 138. August 31, 1999, night. The underground auction hosted by the Mafia Association in Yorknu City was attacked by unknown assailants. By the end of the night, every guest who had attended, except for those who had been unable to make it, had vanished. Their fate was unknown. The Mafia Association was furious and immediately launched a thorough investigation. At the Nostrate estate, Kurapika watched as everyone hurried to pack their things. That was when he finally learned the truth. By the time he had rushed to the auction site, the carnage had already taken place. And before he could even arrive, it was already over. Worse still. The 3 figures he had brushed past on his way here, 2 men and 1 woman, were the very ones responsible for the massacre. The spiders. His fingers curled into fists, the chains on his ring finger clinking softly. If not for his contact lenses, his scarlet eyes would have already given him away. "Hurry up and pack," Dalzaling urged. "We need to escort the young lady out of here." Kurapika said nothing, his gaze lowered, staring at the chains in his hands. As if contemplating something. Melody, standing nearby, could hear it. The way his heartbeat fluctuated. He was making a decision. That same night, the Nostrate family boarded an airship and disappeared into the night. September 1, 1999. Seer arrived at the agreed-upon meeting spot, accompanied by Killua and Gon. This time, they were not just meeting the subordinate, but also his employer. The legendary Batara, the world's richest man. Batara was an elderly gentleman, his hair and beard completely white. Despite his age, he was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, exuding the air of a wealthy old aristocrat. A walking stereotype of a rich gentleman. "These are the 2 you're recommending?" Standing beside Batara, Sesgara spoke on his behalf. His gaze shifted from Seer to the 2 boys beside him. Then back to Seer again, brow twitching slightly. What the hell was this? A kid showing up with two even younger kids. And that other white-haired brat, he looked way too similar to Seer. Was he really not just his little cousin or something? Was this some kind of shameless nepotism? If they're not strong enough, we won't take them, even if they're your recommendations. Sesgera stared at Killua and Gon, skeptical. Do whatever you want. Seer shrugged, dropping into a chair. Then, with all the enthusiasm of someone calling over a pet, he gestured lazily at the two boys. Show them a trick. Like a circus act? Killua sighed but obliged, stepping forward. George nodded, giving them the go-ahead. The next moment. Crackle. A burst of blue-white electricity flickered to life, filling the room with a sharp, electric hum. Suddenly, the lights exploded, glass shards raining down as cracks split across the walls. Sesgera's throat bobbed, his Adam's apple moving as he struggled to speak. He stared at the white-haired boy, who was casually manipulating electricity. Like it was nothing. Wasn't he getting electrocuted himself? Why did he look so relaxed, even smiling? My turn? My turn? Gon, grinning ear to ear, didn't even wait for a response. With bare fists, he punched the wall beside him. Boom! A violent tremor shook the room, debris crumbling from the ceiling. Where his fist had landed. A massive hole gaped in the wall. Oh! Sesgera fell into silence. For a moment, he just stared. Then, he felt a sudden wave of exhaustion. Was he getting too old for this? Or was it just that seeing kids with this kind of strength was making him feel ancient? Maybe it was time to retire from bounty hunting. All right. Sesgera exhaled, rubbing his temples. You both pass. There was no reason they wouldn't pass. In the hunter industry, age wasn't an issue. Seer sat to the side, completely unsurprised by the result. His gaze flickered between the silent Batara and Killua, and suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Oh, right. Killua, if you want money, you can sell that ball to him. He casually pointed at Batara. The best buyer in the world was right in front of them. If they put it in an auction, the house would take a cut. Why not just sell directly? What is it? For the first time, the wealthy old man finally spoke. Seer's lips curved into a light smile. An object that let a jellyfish, normally only able to live a few short years, survive for centuries and even develop special abilities. Something that extends lifespan? A rich man's dream. Especially for someone like Batara, who was already well past his prime. There was no way he wouldn't be interested. Is that true? Batara's reaction was far more intense than Seer had expected, his voice urgent, filled with barely restrained desperation. Can I see it? He leaned forward, almost anxious. Seer's half-lidded eyes sharpened slightly. Weird. Something's off. Normally, Seer wouldn't have cared about Batara's motives, he wasn't the type to waste energy thinking about other people's business. But this level of eagerness, for something that hadn't even been proven to work, was suspicious. Why? Batara was old, yes, but he wasn't dying. Even with a conservative estimate, the guy had at least another 2 decades in him. So why was he acting like he was running out of time? Was it for himself? Didn't seem like it. For someone else. A son? A daughter? A wife? And then another thought surfaced. Why was he so obsessed with collecting every Greed Island console? Was he trying to make money from the game? Unlikely. The game had been out for years, and no one had cleared it. It was incredibly expensive, incredibly dangerous, and came with huge risks. From a business standpoint, 99% chance of financial loss. A smart investor wouldn't touch it. And Batara wasn't an idiot. That meant his reason wasn't money. It was for something inside the game. Something that was worth more than any amount of wealth. Something related to extending life? It seemed like the cards from Greed Island could be brought into the real world. As for cards related to extending life, Seer didn't remember all the details. But there was one that showed up in a lot of fanfiction. Angel's Breath. A card said to heal all injuries and ailments. Now that he thought about it, the effect sounded pretty similar to his reverse cursed technique, huh? As Seer was lost in thought, Killua had already pulled out the ordinary-looking marble. Originally, it used to emit music, but once the nen infused into it ran out, it turned into just a regular glass bead. Batara glanced at the bead, then at Killua. Did they take him for an idiot with too much money? Or did he just look easy to scam? You need to infuse aura to activate it, Mero reminded from the side. Aura was something everyone had, but only nen users could control. And Batara wasn't one. So he turned toward Sesgera. The bounty hunter, paid to do his job, dutifully took the bead and infused his aura into it. Immediately, the dull bead began to emit a soft, glowing light. He continued infusing it for 10 minutes, but the glow didn't grow any brighter. And as for the singing, there was none. It took half an hour of continuous aura infusion before a faint, ethereal melody, so soft it had to be held to the ear, finally emerged. We suspect the song is what gave the jellyfish its special ability and allowed it to live for centuries. Seer's tone was slow and lazy. As for whether Batara would believe it or not. Of course, he would. Because if Seer's guess was right, then Batara was a man with nowhere left to turn. And when you were desperate, you'd cling to even a single thread, no matter how thin. How much? Just as Seer expected, Batara didn't even bother asking more questions. The moment he confirmed that the bead was something only nen users could activate, he immediately went to the most important part. The price. Chapter 139. 20 billion? Killua and Gon exchanged glances. Gon hesitantly raised his hand, forming a scissors gesture. This was something they had picked up after a month of labor. Always start with a high price. Be ready for negotiations. But which account should I transfer it to? Batara didn't even try to negotiate. He went straight to the point. Killua froze. Then quickly turned around, hiding his silent scream. They set the price too low. They should have gone even higher. PFFT. Seer chuckled. Sesgera and Batra turned to look at him. And so did a very annoyed Killua. Just thought of something funny. Don't mind me. Seer waved it off casually. The price had already been named. It wouldn't be good to raise it again. Killua and Gon still hadn't learned the shamelessness and backtracking skills of adulthood. Then again, as protagonists of a shonen manga, they probably never would. And so, the deal was sealed. Even though Killua and Gon felt like they had undersold at first, they quickly got over it. Because it was 20 billion. Batara, now holding the bead, was also pleased. But at the same time, he seemed restless. Like he was eager to leave for somewhere else. Just as his impatience was about to peak. Seer suddenly spoke, his tone seemingly casual. So, you've been buying up all those game consoles and gathering players. Because you want to clear the game for Angel's Breath? The room fell silent. Batara froze mid-motion, his expression stiff. Even Sesgera, who had been standing stoically as a bodyguard, in contrast to the carefree and already seated Seer, shot him a suspicious look. How did he know about Angel's Breath? Unless... Are you a player? Sesgera's voice was low. And what does that have to do with me knowing about it? Seer, reclining lazily on a single-seat sofa, looked even more at ease than Batara, his supposed employer. He looked like he was the real boss here. Maybe someone I know is a player. Sesgera had no words. Because that actually made sense. Hey, don't look at me like that. Seer pouted at their wary expressions. "I'm not some villain or anything." He waved a hand dismissively while reaching into his curse's mouth, and pulled out a white lab coat and a pair of frameless glasses. Then he put them on. Killua and Gon immediately turned away, whispering, "It's starting. Yeah. Here we go again." This scene was way too familiar. Every night for the past month, they had seen this happen. Whenever he dressed like this, Seer would turn into a complete con artist and demand outrageous medical fees from injured mercenaries. But Batara was probably the one person who wouldn't mind the price. "I am, in fact, a rather famous and highly skilled doctor." Seer adjusted his coat and smiled at Batara. Unlike before, he no longer looked like a child. His words carried a certain weight. Batara and Sesgara both stared at him in confusion. "Aren't you a bounty hunter? Why are you suddenly a doctor? How many jobs do you have? Please don't joke about this." Batara sighed deeply. For him, this was never something to be taken lightly. "Do I seem like the type who jokes a lot?" Seer tilted his head, genuinely puzzled. He never exaggerated. If he said he could do something, then he could. Batara studied the white-haired boy in front of him. To be honest, he didn't look like the type who would joke around or have an approachable, friendly personality. The strange black tattoos on his body gave him a rebellious and almost sinister air. But even if one tried to ignore the tattoos, without them, he actually looked even less human. Like someone completely devoid of warmth. So, was he actually telling the truth? But then again, this wasn't the first time someone had appeared before him claiming they could help. He had spent fortune after fortune, paid bill after bill, only to be disappointed again and again. It had made it hard for him to trust anyone anymore. A normal doctor wouldn't be able to help. Batara's gaze darkened, filled with grief. Mysterious, unexplained sleep. No visible injuries. Even the most advanced medical tests couldn't pinpoint the cause. Because of this, he had poured insane amounts of money into medical research every year, funding equipment development, sponsoring medical students, yet he had received nothing in return. "Do I look like a normal doctor to you?" Seer pointed at himself with an utterly serious expression. What kind of doctor was this young? And had this much hair? Wait. Is it some kind of special ability? Hope flickered back into Batara's eyes. He looked at Seer with burning anticipation, waiting for him to confirm it. The wait felt like a trial, where the final verdict would decide his life or death. Something like that. Seer drawled. But it'd be best if I could take a look at the patient first. Healing physical injuries with reverse cursed technique. No problem. But if it was something beyond the physical, the soul or something else, that might be a bit trickier. Could reverse cursed technique even heal souls? No idea. Never tested it before. Did it ever come up in the original Jujutsu Kaisen? Well, he died before the manga finished, so who knows? Maybe anything was possible. Come with me. Batara hesitated for a long moment before finally making a decision. But he only allowed Seer to follow him. No one else. The two walked through the grand halls until they reached a private room. The atmosphere inside was warm and gentle, a stark contrast to the rest of the mansion. In the center of the room was a bed. And lying there was a woman. A young woman. She was fast asleep, her breathing steady but weak. Her life was being sustained entirely by medical equipment. Oh? An age gap romance? Seer glanced at the young woman on the bed. Then at Batara, who was gazing at her with deep, unwavering affection. And immediately understood. Ah. So that's how it is. An old-young relationship. Well, he had seen plenty of those. At least Batara looked decent compared to most of the older men in these kinds of relationships. A refined, elegant gentleman. Not hard on the eyes. And besides, this is anime logic. In a world where people date outside their own species, a mere age gap wasn't even worth mentioning. Respect, understanding, and best wishes. No injuries. Seer pulled back from his thoughts, activating his 6 eyes to observe the woman's body. No external wounds. No internal injuries. She looked like she was just peacefully sleeping. She fell into a deep sleep one day, years ago, and never woke up. Batara sat beside the bed, holding the woman's frail, pale hand. His voice was low and heavy. No matter how many tests were run, no matter how many doctors he consulted, no one could figure out why. At first, he had panicked, desperately searching for any possible cure. For a while, he had lost hope completely. Until he heard about Greed Island, and the existence of Angel's Breath. It was the only thing keeping him going. If he lost even this last shred of hope. This looks troublesome. Seer narrowed his eyes at the woman, deep in thought. Her body was surrounded by something. Nen. Someone's nen was wrapped around her like an invisible shroud, keeping her in this state. It was like she had been caught in the ability of some unknown nen user. As expected, even you can't do anything. Batara wasn't surprised. His tone was calm, as if he had long since grown used to disappointment. What's with the nen around her? Seer asked. That. Batara lowered his gaze. I asked someone to put it there. I wanted her to have a beautiful dream. Even if she would never wake up again. At the very least, he wanted her to sleep peacefully in a world of happiness. Chapter 140. I see. Standing by the window, the white-haired boy murmured to himself, his voice low. At the same time, he casually reached into the air and pulled out a weapon from the void. Inverted Spear of Heaven. Before Batara could even react, Seer gripped the spear tightly and drove it straight toward the woman lying on the bed. It all happened too fast. Sisgera. Batara's eyes widened in horror. He caught the glint of cold steel in his peripheral vision and roared in panic. Bang! The door slammed open. Sisgera and Marrow burst into the room at the same time. But they were too late. TCH. Stay out of this. Seer held the weapon firmly, its tip already touching the woman's body. A blinding white light erupted from the point of contact, momentarily robbing everyone of their vision. At the same time, with a simple flick of Seer's wrist, a massive repelling force blasted through the room. Sisgera, Marrow. All of them were sent flying backward. Even Batara, who had been seated by the bedside, was flung away without exception. Sisgera, despite instinctively shielding his employer, crashed into the wall and was left dangling in a man-shaped crater. But none of them were injured. The force was meant to eject them, not harm them. He. Batara gasped for breath, his body trembling violently. He pointed a shaking finger toward the room. Had he just invited a wolf into his home? He had asked for help, not murder. Bang! Marrow shut the door with a cold finality. Then, standing guard outside, he leveled an icy stare at Sisgera in the hallway. A massive white tiger beast, taller than a man, sat by the entrance. Its glowing, pale blue eyes fixated on the humans before it. If the master wanted to kill you, the blonde youth spoke coldly, you'd already be dead. His meaning was clear, do not interfere. Even if he didn't understand exactly what Seer was doing, he would still ensure no one got in his way. Crack. The hallway froze over. Ice crept up the walls, inch by inch. Jagged spears of ice burst forth from the ground, piling layer upon layer until they filled the corridor. The temperature plummeted. It felt as if they had been dropped into the heart of a frozen wasteland. Since the master didn't want interruptions, Marrow would make sure no one crossed that door. What is he trying to do? Badara slumped against the wall, his strength leaving him. His body slid down until he was sitting on the ground, his forehead resting against his knees. Maybe it's just his treatment method, Gon hesitantly offered. After all, Seer never allowed anyone else in the room when he treated people. And his intuition wasn't sounding any alarms. Which meant, Seer wasn't trying to harm anyone. Really? Badara turned to him, searching for confirmation. Don't worry. Gon gave him a thumbs up, flashing a bright, confident grin. He can do it. Of course, there was no way Badara could instantly let go of his fear. But somehow, his heart felt a little lighter. I hope so. Badara's gaze remained locked onto the tightly shut door. He had prayed countless times before, and not once had his prayers been answered. But still, just like all those times before, he closed his eyes and whispered a silent plea. God, please, please protect her. Please protect my dash. Seriously, what the hell is with that rich guy's reaction? Seer muttered, clicking his tongue. So dramatic. So emotional. What a hopeless romantic. How was he supposed to heal her properly if that layer of Nen wasn't removed? Did they expect him to work around it? Of course, Sisgera suddenly barging in had been quite an annoyance as well. The Nen surrounding the woman had been severed by his spear. Seer thought for a moment, then, in complete silence, stabbed her in the waist. Since there were no external injuries, he didn't really want to use reverse terse technique. So, naturally, he had to make an injury himself. As he watched the wound rapidly heal under the technique's effect, he nodded in satisfaction. After all, if there wasn't a wound to begin with, how would he even tell if the healing worked? There'd be no visible effect. No sense of accomplishment. She should be fine now. Seer stroked his chin, staring at the still unconscious woman. Her body had no issues. Her soul had no abnormalities. There were no traces of curses or any other malicious influence. In short, she was in perfect health. Even the usual problems of long-term bedridden patients. Muscle atrophy, weakened constitution. All of it had been fully restored. Outside the room, the people waiting finally heard the sound of a door creaking open. The white-haired boy stepped out from behind it. Before he could even say a word, Badara was already on his feet. The man rushed toward the door. Seer pushed it open fully, stepping aside, allowing Badara to sprint inside without obstruction. Did it fail? Badara stopped after a few steps. His movement slowed, and he approached the bedside one step at a time. He stood by the window, gazing down at the woman with deep sorrow, as if mourning an answer he already knew. Just as the words left his lips, the woman's fingers twitched. How could it fail? Seer's tone was completely matter-of-fact. Of course, it worked. He murmured to himself in a low voice, "Damn, I forgot to ask for the payment first." Then, glancing at Badara, who was utterly entranced, he smirked slightly. Well, he wouldn't dare to skip out on my medical fees, would he? Instead of looking at Badara, Seer turned to Sisgera. Badara, at that moment, was too overwhelmed. He wasn't noticing anything else. He wasn't hearing anything else. His entire world was filled with only one thing. His sleeping beauty, finally awakened. For Seer, this was bad. His 6 eyes made it impossible to ignore this overly dramatic, love-filled scene. The others could simply turn away and pretend they weren't seeing it. But he couldn't escape the sheer intensity of this romantic atmosphere. He was being force-fed premium-grade dog food. Badara trembled, his emotions overflowing. He clutched the woman's hands tightly, struggling to find words. He had so much he wanted to say. But his mind had gone completely blank. Tears welled up in his eyes before he even realized it. "Let's step outside." Suzuki took one glance at the scene and wordlessly gestured for everyone to leave. They would give Badara and his beloved their private moment. Perfect timing. Seer didn't want to stay and witness more of this public display of affection either. So, naturally, he followed the guy's lead and left the room. The two of them made their way to the guest lounge and took a seat. Suzuki got straight to the point. "How much do you want?" "I don't think I'm particularly short on money." The white-haired boy crossed his legs, leaned back, and raised an eyebrow. His tone lifted at the end, making it sound almost like a question. As if he were asking Suzuki himself for an answer. "How would I know? Some people look rich on the surface but are actually dirt poor." How was he supposed to judge whether Seer was one of those people or not? Suzuki didn't respond. He just felt exhausted. Maybe he really was getting old. Communicating with kids this age was starting to become a struggle. The room fell into silence. A whole hour passed. Eventually, Betrera arrived, freshly dressed and well-groomed. It was clear that he had taken extra care in his appearance before coming here. He looked radiant, practically glowing with energy. "What do you want?" His tone was firm. "Anything I have, it's yours." "A game console?" Seer shrugged. "The one you'll be bidding on at the Nampi's auction, just give me 1 unit. We'll call off the employment contract we signed earlier. Sound fair?" "A single Greed Island console. At auction, that would go for 200 to 300 billion jenny. A price that was more than appropriate for his reversed cursed technique." "Agreed." Batra nodded without hesitation. "All right then." Seer hadn't even finished speaking when he noticed 2 pairs of eyes burning holes into him. Gon and Killua were staring intently, full of anticipation. A game console. Even if Marrow played with Seer, there were still extra slots, right? Surely, they could tag along? Don't even think about it. Seer waved a hand dismissively. "Not taking you two with me." "Eh? But..." Gon slumped over in disappointment. "If Mr. Badara doesn't need to hire anyone for the game anymore, then that means he won't need to pay anyone to clear it either, right?" "Not necessarily." Badara hesitated for a moment before speaking. "There's actually something else I want from the game. The Witch's Rejuvenation Potion. If you can clear the game and obtain it for me, I'll still provide the original payment." A wealthy man's generosity. Yes. Gon let out a dramatic sigh of relief. Thought we were gonna have to buy a console ourselves for a second. Sure, they had a little over 20 billion jenny. But trying to win a Greed Island console at auction? That was not going to be easy. No payment needed. Gon declared boldly. "If you're letting us play, we should be thanking you instead." Killua's eyes widened in horror. He barely had time to react. It was too late. The words had already escaped Gon's mouth. This idiot. Bang. Killua slammed his forehead into the wall with visible regret. Why did he have to say that out loud? Chapter 141. September 6, 1999, in the afternoon. The Southern Peace Auction had officially begun. The event would last from September 6 to September 10. Under the guidance of an attendant, Seer arrived at Auction Hall B. As soon as he stepped in, his gaze collided with two others. One of them was Phaeton, whom he had met a few days ago. But instead of Franklin, another man stood beside him. Huh? Why is the Phantom Troop here? Logically, if they didn't need an exorcist, there was no reason for them to bid on Greed Island. Someone you know? Finks followed Phaeton's gaze and casually asked. A brat from District 12. Phaeton looked away without interest. Oh? Fink's eyes glinted with amusement. A kid from District 12. At that age, we might as well have raised him ourselves, PFFT. He couldn't help but laugh at his own joke. As one of District 12's benefactors, the statement wasn't exactly wrong. Too bad only he found it funny. Phaeton's expression remained completely blank. Seer's sharp hearing caught the conversation. He glanced at them, then continued down the red-carpeted staircase. As he passed by, he casually threw out a remark, "You only raised me for less than a year." That was the truth. He had only stayed in Meteor City for less than a year. After that, he had been fending for himself. The spiders had nothing to do with how he grew up. Cough, Fink simply chuckled. He didn't seem to mind. Who would have thought that a kid from District 12 would be doing so well? After all, entering this auction required an entry fee of 12 million jenny. Yet this kid had made it in. TCH. Pampas must have hit another gold mine. Just thinking about that money-obsessed bastard made Fink's head hurt. Every year, Pampas called him for money like clockwork. Even someone as laid back as Fink's found it annoying. Seer's seat was near the front, right next to Batara. Today, Batara's sleeping beauty was nowhere to be seen. However, Killua and Gon were with him, clearly just here for fun. Sesgera, of course, was present as a bodyguard. As for Sora, he was stuck outside. The auction house had a strict no magical beasts policy. Not even extra money could change that rule. Seer casually flipped through the auction catalog. Each item listed its auction time and venue. After skimming through, he found nothing interesting. So, he closed the booklet and lazily watched the auctioneer on stage. The first set of Greed Island was auctioned off. Batara won the bid at 35.8 billion jenny. After verifying the product, he immediately handed it over to Seer. Marrow took the game console case in his hands. "Deal's done." Seer waved nonchalantly and left the auction hall. Phaeton and Finks only glanced at him briefly. They didn't make a move. There were still 6 more sets left. They only needed one. September 10, 1999. Batara successfully purchased the remaining sets of Greed Island. Each console was escorted by different people through different routes. One of them got stolen along the way. "Elsewhere, Master, where are we going?" Marrow asked. "Somewhere safe to play." Seer was deep in thought. Once they entered the game, there were only 2 ways out. 1. Clear the game. 2. Obtain a specific item that allowed exit. If they didn't get that item, they'd be trapped inside. Sure, the game console couldn't be destroyed, but it was still better to find a secure location. Somewhere with guards, preferably. 10 days later. Meteor City, District 12. "So. This is why you came back." Sid, dressed in a priest's robe, crossed his arms and stared at the case in Marrow's hands. "You returned to Meteor City. Just to play a game? You've been gone for almost a year. Couldn't you have come up with a better excuse? Like, I don't know, missing the environment of Meteor City? Ha, forget it. You could have at least said you missed Meteor City and came back to visit. That would have been a way more acceptable reason. But no, you came back just so someone could keep an eye on your game console?" Sid took a deep breath. He held back the urge to kick Seer and his entire group out of Meteor City. "Yep." The white-haired boy nodded without hesitation. Sid gritted his teeth. Whatever little unfamiliarity had built up over the past year was completely gone. This kid, no matter how much he had grown taller, his personality was exactly the same. Still just as infuriating. "And who's this?" Sid's sharp gaze swept over the blond young man. "Fine, whatever, Seer could come back. But why did he bring 2 walking stomachs with him? A young man and a magical beast, neither of them looked like they ate small portions." You, it's an honor to meet you, sir. I am my master's servant. Mero hesitated over how to address him, then quickly bowed politely. He had heard this man had watched over his master when he was younger. He had to make a good impression. Servant? Sid turned back to Seer. Oh, this kid's got some nerve. He left for a bit and came back with a servant? Then that magical beast must be a pet. A servant and a pet magical beast. How very noble-like. All right. Go play your game. Sid waved them off, already too tired to care. We'll be playing at the church, then. Seer casually motioned for Mero to set up the console right next to Sid's usual meditation spot. Then, he powered on the game and put on the so-called game memory card, a ring. After that, he activated his Nen. Link start, Seer declared with full ceremony. In Sword Art Online, players would say this phrase when logging in. It felt dramatic, perfect for someone with chunibu tendencies. As soon as the words left his mouth, his body disappeared from the real world. A cascade of blue data streams gathered, flickered, and then dispersed, eventually forming a blue-lit room. I hate data streams. Seer muttered, rubbing his nose. He paused, then frowned. Oh. A nosebleed. That meant this was real body transmission. So the Greed Island console's main function was actually teleportation? No wonder dying in the game meant real death, because players entered with their actual bodies. Which meant Greed Island was a real place somewhere in the world. That also explained why his cursed spirit had been transported with him. Inside the enclosed room, a pink-haired woman, wearing a futuristic-looking helmet, sat in a floating capsule-like chair. Would you like to hear the game rules? Go ahead, Seer sighed impatiently. Understood. In this game, there are two main abilities, Book and Game. Book allowed players to summon a book containing empty slots. The pages had two sections. 1. Numbered slots, 0 to 99, only cards with matching numbers could be placed here. 2. Free slots, 45 total, any card could be placed here. If a player collected all the numbered cards, they would clear the game. To obtain a card, players had to first acquire an item. Once obtained, the item transformed into a card. Game could revert a card back into its original item. However, once an item had been converted back, it could not be changed into a card again. There was also a limit on certain card types. Some cards had a maximum quantity of over 100. Some cards had only one copy in the game. If all available copies had already been turned into cards, newly obtained items couldn't be converted. Additionally, if a player did not place a newly converted card into the book within 1 minute, it automatically reverted to an item, and again, could never be turned into a card again. Seer's brows twitched in irritation. So many scattered rules. He hated listening to long-winded explanations, especially when he already had a headache. But rules were important in games. He had no choice but to listen. And finally, the most important rule. If a player dies in the game, their ring and book will be destroyed, and all collected cards will disappear. Huh? That's it? Not even a mention of real-world death. Guess it was already common knowledge. Now then. The game begins. Chapter 142. A small stone house stood alone on the vast plains. Occasionally, silhouettes appeared nearby, but they quickly vanished. A white-haired boy approached the small house, casually scanning his surroundings. A strong, tangible gaze followed him like a shadow. The poorly concealed spying made Seer frown. Were veteran players observing him? Come to think of it, most games had some sort of ability that allowed players to instantly check an enemy's information. The game Greed Island should have similar ability cards, though he wasn't sure how much information they could reveal. In other words, Some veteran players had likely already gathered intel on him. His name, the cards he possessed. They had probably figured out he was a new player, too. But that wasn't classified information, was it? Otherwise, why would he even bother using a fake name? It was hardly useful intel. My lord. A blonde youth and a white tiger-like beast emerged in front of the house. So as long as you have Nen, you can play, huh? Even race doesn't matter. Seer glanced at the massive white tiger, as if confirming a theory. My lord, those people. Shall we? Marrow stood at Seer's side, 2 steps behind, head lowered to hide his eyes. His voice was cold. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Should they eliminate the ones spying on them? Rats too careless to even hide their tails dared to snoop on them. How irritating. Their stares are quite annoying. Seer nodded slightly. But when I think of them as my newbie gift pack, I actually feel pretty good. He chuckled, his words dripping with mockery. A newbie gift pack? Did he mean the fools offering themselves up to die? As you say, my lord. Marrow lowered his head further, his tone filled with fervor. Let's go. We'll check out the nearest town first. Seer walked ahead, analyzing the current game situation as he went. To clear the game, we need to collect 100 specified cards. But there aren't many of those in existence, certainly not enough for the number of players. When demand exceeds supply, competition is inevitable. There are 100 game consoles, each supporting up to 8 players. That means a maximum of 800 players. Yet the best specified cards were likely only available in single digits. It had been 10 years since the game launched, and no one had cleared it. That meant fighting over cards was common. Some players had even been found dead next to their consoles. Those veteran players probably won't attack us right now. Seer continued, analyzing out loud. A new player with nothing isn't worth the effort. If it were me, I'd let the newbies grow first. Once they've collected some good cards, then I'd harvest them. So the veterans were just watching them for now. Monitoring them. Which meant that as long as Seer played the game, these little rats would keep following him. Forever. That wouldn't do. He didn't have the patience for this. Suddenly, Seer stopped walking. Marrow and Sora halted immediately behind him. A figure wrapped in white light plummeted from the sky like a falling star, landing in front of them with a powerful gust of wind. As the light faded, a man holding a card binder was revealed. He wore a sleeveless martial arts uniform, his exposed muscular arms resembling solid stone. A triangular scar marked his face, likely from a weapon's stab wound. He studied Seer and Marrow, flipping open his card book. New players? The man drew a card and inserted it into a slot in his book. Immediately, lines of information appeared on the small screen inside the book. No cards in the designated pocket, none in the free pocket either. Name, Seer, huh? He muttered to himself, clearly not taking the 2 newcomers seriously. After the used card vanished, he pulled out another identical one. This time, the card displayed Marrow's information. Name, Marrow. Also has nothing. He glanced at the white tiger nearby. Was that thing a player? No way, right? Forget it, no point wasting another card. Relax, I won't attack you right now. His smile brimmed with anticipation as he pulled out another card. Ah, a newbie gift pack from the sky. The white-haired boy finally spoke for the first time since the man's arrival. His tone was calm, even amused, without the slightest trace of fear. It was almost unnerving. And what did he mean by newbie gift pack? Newbies always end up eating a few spell cards like tracking. The man smirked maliciously. Use tracking attack. Before he could finish his sentence, his hand was severed at the wrist. Blood sprayed into the air. His severed hand landed in front of the white-haired boy, still clutching the card, fingers even twitching slightly. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" The man screamed in agony, his arm flailing as blood gushed even faster. But he quickly forced himself to calm down, using his remaining hand to activate a prepared card. Use, return, re. Trying to run? That won't do. The white-haired boy's voice cut him off. So that's how it works. To use a card, players had to say the target's name out loud. That explained why he'd started by checking their information. And as long as they were interrupted before finishing their command, or better yet, before they could say their target's name, their card wouldn't activate. In other words, if your reaction speed was fast enough, you'd never get hit. Realizing this, Seer's gaze shifted to the card book and cards that had fallen nearby. Mero immediately bent down, picked them up, and respectfully offered them to him. "I don't have any cards right now anyway." Seer accepted the card book, flipping through it. "Since you were kind enough to bring me a gift, I'll spare your life." One by one, he removed the cards from the man's book. A similar book materialized in his hands. After transferring the newly acquired cards into his own book, he tossed the empty one at the wounded man's feet. "Run however you like. I'd say. Quite a few people are watching this, wouldn't you?" His blue eyes glowed beneath the black markings on his face, lips curling into a devilish grin. "As for what happens to a player who loses both their hands and all their cards in this game, who cares?" The man staggered to his feet, completely ignoring his severed hand, and bolted. "Enjoying the show, trash?" Seer turned in the direction of the hidden gazes, his voice laced with mockery. "Keep staring, and I'll kill every last one of you, hey hunters." Short break. Because YouTube likes it when I transform content, so here's me. Transforming. Right now, neutral face emoji, sparkles emoji, okay, done. Let's dive back in. Chapter 143. Ever since he had robbed that veteran player, the number of prying eyes on him had significantly decreased. Of course, there were still a few who probably thought they were skilled enough not to be noticed, so they continued staring from the shadows. "Fine, keep watching. Hopefully, you'll be dumb enough to walk right into my hands soon." "Jennies can be turned into cards too," Seer muttered as he walked, analyzing the cards he had obtained. If Jennies were cardified, did that mean normal Jennies couldn't be used in this world? Did players have to use cardified currency instead? And also, was that guy a professional thief or something? He glanced at his new collection of cards: peeping, X-ray vision, pickpocket, theft, tracking, throwing stones, and colleague. Everything about them screamed grab and run. Not to mention, the cards had two sets of numbers. For example, in the top left corner of the peeping card, the number 1001 was printed, while in the top right, it said G200. What did the two numbers represent? The game guide NPC hadn't mentioned them. One side was clearly the card's designated number. Then was the other number its difficulty rating? And the digits after it the total number available? After all, the Angel's Breath card was labeled SS rank. Yeah, that makes sense. So the two numbers meant 1001, the card's index number. G, the difficulty rank of obtaining it. 200, the total copies available in the game. As Seer continued analyzing, they finally arrived at a town. A town where the walls were covered in bounty posters? All the mission rewards were cards, but the descriptions didn't indicate their rarity. Some sounded impressive, but in reality, they were totally useless filler. One building had a massive scoreboard listing an event. Antiquiba's prizes. This month's prize was True Sword, but the tournament was only held on the 15th of each month. And today was September 17th. The event had already ended 2 days ago. A bit too late for that. But there would be another tournament on October 15th. If I haven't cleared the game by then, I'll give it a shot. Let's pick up some bounties first. After scanning the mission board, Seer went back to his old job, bounty hunting. 2 days later, a street in Antiquiba. As expected, the rewards are mostly useless cards, Seer sighed. If the missions had good loot, the veteran players would have already taken care of them. Still, unwanted cards could be sold to shops in exchange for currency cards, so at least they didn't waste space in his inventory. Those two brats up ahead seemed to be in trouble. The silent Sora suddenly spoke. "You're not even 2 years old, and you're calling them brats?" Seer shot a side glance at his oversized white tiger. "But they are small," Sora muttered, then sneezed. "Humans. Brats. They were all brats." Suddenly, his fur stood on end, and he jumped onto 2 legs, panicked eyes darting around before finally locking onto his contract holder. Oh. His contract holder was also human. Only 1.7 meters tall. Not very big either. "Aside from you, Master." The big white tiger immediately flopped onto Seer, rolling around and rubbing against him nonstop. "You damn." Marrow had been holding back, but in the end, he couldn't resist and punched the tiger square on the head. Roar. The white tiger covered its head with its front paws, letting out a miserable wail. This scheming tiger. Marrow's gaze turned sharp as blades, practically slicing through the air as he glared at it. "You really are just a big cat," Seer chuckled as he patted Cho's head, his gaze shifting toward the open area ahead. 2 figures stood out, Killua and Gon, but they were currently surrounded by a group of players. And these weren't your average weaklings. From their composed expressions and the way they held their books, they seemed like high-level players, probably professionals. Did they get their hands on some rare card? Seer observed with mild interest. Because if they did, he wanted it too. Now, how should he get it? 10 players had completely encircled Gon and Killua. Men and women alike, all gripping their books with determined expressions. "Use, bandit, on Gon." "Use, pickpocket, on Gon." "Use." One by one, they took turns activating cards. And since they weren't weak, neither Killua nor Gon could interrupt them in time. Even though Gon had stuffed his inventory with useless cards to confuse the attackers and lower the chance of them grabbing the right one, it still wasn't enough to protect it. Finally, another skill card was used. And just like that, the card inside Gon's book vanished, reappearing in the hand of the man who had just activated the skill. A smirk of triumph spread across the man's face as another player pulled out yet another card. "Use, colleague." Before the words had even fully left his mouth, the first man's arm suddenly dropped to the ground, as if it had been sliced off by thin air. And the card he had just stolen? It shot straight toward a certain direction. A white-haired teenager stood not far away, hand outstretched. And just like it had found its rightful owner, the card flew directly into his palm. "Who the hell are you?" The one-armed man picked up his severed limb, his voice a mix of horror and rage. At least he hadn't screamed like some low-level grunt. That was admirable. "Huh? How strange. I keep randomly picking up cards just by walking around." Seer studied the card in his hand, his tone light-hearted and casual. "This card just had to fly into my hand. What a headache." His carefree voice had an unmistakable hint of mockery. But, even though he looked young, there was something about him, something that made people instinctively hesitant to provoke him. This wasn't just luck. They knew that for a fact. It was his ability, his strength. They had no intel on him. They couldn't figure out his skill. And worst of all, they didn't even see how he had activated it. Right now, a direct confrontation would put them at a disadvantage. "Use, colleague!" one of them immediately shouted. And in an instant, the entire group vanished from the scene. "Seer! Thank goodness! You're here too. We almost lost our card." The green-clad boy cheerfully ran over, looking relieved as if he had just dodged a disaster. "It was stolen, huh?" Seer spoke casually, slipping the card into the pocket of his book. "Stolen by me." His tone was completely righteous, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. "Eh? But that's not fair." Gon squatted on the ground, looking dejected. "When they stole the card from you, it wasn't yours anymore, right?" Seer stated matter-of-factly. "Then I stole it from them, which makes it rightfully mine. Perfectly fair, don't you think?" His voice was so calm and serious that it actually sounded logical. That actually makes sense?" Gon nodded thoughtfully, completely convinced. After all, they failed to protect the card with their own strength. And Seer didn't steal from them, he stole from their enemies. It was reasonable. "Wait. You." Killua turned to look at Gon, opened his mouth to say something, then sighed in defeat. Forget it. Gon was just this kind of idiot, there was no helping it. "By the way, this card. You guys won it from that tournament a few days ago." Seer closed his book and asked. "Card number 083, Sword of Truth. Difficulty, B. Max card count, 22. It was the prize from Antikiba's September tournament." "Yeah. Killua and I entered the rock-paper-scissors contest, and he won it." Gon grinned, then asked curiously, "When did you enter the game?" "The 17th. Seer replied casually, "I actually thought about entering the tournament but realized I was too late. I was wondering who won." Gon's smile stiffened. "Ah. Haha." Killua leaned over to Gon and whispered. "He's totally saying that just to find out who won so he could steal the card." "Absolutely. No doubt about it." Chapter 144. "You two have been here for days. You must have collected some cards by now, right?" The white-haired boy's lazy smile remained, but the black markings on his face seemed to have deepened in color. At his words, Gon's and Killua's expressions turned awkward. Cards? They had collected some, technically. But none of them were specified cards. And the only specified card they did have? Well, Seer had it now. And in this game, you could only clear it by collecting 100 specified cards. "You're kidding, right?" Seer blinked, looking at them suspiciously. Wait, weren't these two supposed to be the protagonists? How had they not made any progress yet? What was the main plot of Greed Island again? He reached into the library of his mind, flipping through his memories. Originally, the concept of a mind palace had been nothing more than a metaphor for memory techniques. But after gaining the 6 eyes, he had been forced to construct a real one, a massive, library-like structure to store his thoughts and memories. From a distance, it looked like an endless maze of bookshelves and filing cabinets, each drawer holding a different piece of his past. His personal memories. Those barely took up a tiny section of the place. Seer pulled open one of the drawers. Fragments of memory spun around him in a blur. Ah, got it. The memory snapped back into the drawer, and he shut it with a click. So that was it. He had never actually watched the Greed Island arc. But he could guess a few things. For example, clearing the game wasn't the main goal. For Killua and Gon, the real purpose of being here was training and getting stronger. They'd only start collecting cards after they had leveled up. And once they did, the game would probably end really fast. Which meant the real plot of Greed Island was their training and fighting monsters. And if the protagonists needed to get stronger, Then there had to be a mentor or guide who would teach them. Which meant the person following them right now was probably. What do you want with these two brats? Seer turned his gaze toward a nearby corner. Killua and Gon froze, then immediately snapped to attention. Someone was following them. But even when they turned to look, they couldn't see or sense anything. Then, click. The sharp tap of heels against stone echoed. A moment later, a blonde girl with twin pigtails, dressed in a red frilly dress, stepped forward. She looked like a rich lady or princess straight out of a shoujo manga. You don't happen to have a thing for little boys, do you? Seer's eyes narrowed slightly as he sized her up. This person was sort of familiar. Not exactly a close acquaintance, but they had met before. No way. I like mature, handsome men . Biscuit folded her arms, correcting him with a huff. Not that she minded cute boys and pretty young men either. Then why are you following these two? Seer's tone was skeptical. Judging by her character design and strength, this girl probably had a significant role in the original story. Her main plot relevance was likely centered around Greed Island. Which meant, the key to Killua and Gon getting stronger lay with her? Not surprising. After all, side characters didn't get this much detail in their designs. Twin pigtails? Big eyes? A frilly dress? Not weak at all. Yeah. Definitely a major character. I was simply drawn in by the pure and innocent friendship of young boys. Biscuit smiled, though there was something off about it. It was too beautiful. So beautiful that she almost wanted to ruin it. What are you, a priest? Seer muttered, his mouth twitching. This woman was weird. No way she was training them just for their potential. Wait. Could she actually just like cute boys? Wouldn't be impossible. I just want to join them. Can I travel with you all? Biscuit fidgeted, pinching the hem of her dress, eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Killua and Gon. Kids were softer-hearted, right? Way easier to fool than a certain stone-hearted brat standing next to them. Is she a friend of yours? Killua turned to Seer, eyes narrowed. Nope. Seen her a few times, that's all. Seer shrugged. I see. Then no. Killua nodded and turned back to Biscuit. Huh? Damn it. Another pain in the ass white-haired brat. What, were these two from the same family? Some inherited bloodline of troublemakers? Biscuit internally cursed, resisting the urge to punch both of them into the sky. But she had to stay patient. Why not? She put on a devastated expression. Damn it. Was her charm really useless here? She was supposed to be a fantastically dreamy and adorable girl. Because you look like you just get in the way. Killua tilted his head up, somehow managing to look down on her despite being shorter. A crybaby girl? Wearing a dress that was hard to move in? Definitely a liability. He looked just like that other damn white-haired brat. Biscuit's patience snapped. Her mental image of them darkened. She cracked her knuckles. And in the next second, she punched Killua straight into the sky. Her second punch, however, was stopped. Aiming for my face. That's bold. Should I compliment you? Seer's hand was raised, fingers blocking her fist with ease. His brows pressed down, his tone light, but not amused. That's. Gon and Marrow's eyes flickered as they watched the Nen clash between the two. But they couldn't tell who was stronger. Just a little test. Biscuit smoothly withdrew her hand, elegantly flattening the wrinkles in her dress. Her ladylike demeanor returned. This kid had gotten even stronger. Even she could no longer gauge his limits. And she had been training Nen for 40 years. This boy He wasn't some rough stone that needed polishing. He was a gem that had already begun to shine. A breathtakingly beautiful liquid crystal. Killua crashed into a building wall, finally coming to a stop. His face was full of shock. Wait. What just happened? He got sent flying? How? He had been on guard the whole time. And yet, he hadn't reacted at all. Or rather, by the time he did, it was already too late. That woman. She was on a completely different level. What the hell? He could understand that other white-haired brat being absurdly strong. At least he looked a couple of years older than them. But this girl. She looked their age. How the hell was she this strong? No sense at all, huh? Getting hit was inevitable. Seer clicked his tongue, shaking his head. He glanced at Killua with an expression that was somewhere between pity and schadenfreude. I barely managed to catch the trajectory of her attack. Mero murmured, his expression grim. But if he had been the one facing that punch, he probably wouldn't have dodged it either. Looking at these two, don't you feel a little excited? Seer turned to Biscuit. As if no one cared about what had just happened. A little. Biscuit didn't bother hiding it. She answered frankly. These two kids. They were the kind that needed only a little refining to turn into something incredible. A gem hunter didn't always seek just stones, after all. Thought so. Seer nodded knowingly. If this were a novel, this was when the MC's cheat ability, the veteran mentor grandma, would make her entrance. Then what about them? Seer pointed to Mero and Sora. Since they were already here, wasn't it only fair to let them leech some protagonist luck? No harm in sharing a cheat mentor, right? This one's quality is pretty good. Biscuit studied the blonde youth and the magical beast. But why are you asking me about a monster? She sounded perplexed. The blonde kid was an unfinished gemstone. Already polished a bit, but still lacking refinement. If properly cut and shaped, he'd probably turn into a beautiful chrysoberyl cat's eye. As for the beast, that was hard to say. She wasn't experienced with magical creatures. Chapter 145. Just train it like a human. Doesn't matter if it's a beast or a person, if it can use Nen, there's no real difference. The white-haired boy spoke casually. A magical beast with intelligence and the ability to speak should be trained like a person. That does make sense. Can it turn into a human? Biscuit studied the large white feline. Its fur was white with black stripes, and a single horn protruded from its forehead. A species she had never seen before. Definitely rare. Especially those light blue eyes. For a second, she thought she was seeing double, it looked way too similar to the brat beside it. Now that she thought about it, some talking magical beasts could take on human form. If this one turned human, would it look exactly like its master? Suddenly, Biscuit started doubting the kid next to her. Was he even human? Or was he just a beast that had taken human form? Maybe he and this big cat were from the same species. No, it can't. Seer stared at the large white feline for a long moment before answering decisively. Even if it could, he wouldn't allow it. Having a talking pet was one thing. But if it turned human, that would ruin the fun. Fluff should stay fluff. For some reason, Sora suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. It had an odd sense of danger. Without thinking, it curled up behind Seer, nudging him with its head and purring loudly. All right then. These four, I'll leave them to you for training. Seer gestured lazily at Killua, Gon, Mero, and Sora. Fine by me. But from now on, they all have to listen to me. Can they manage that? Biscuit's expression turned serious. This was non-negotiable. Well? Can you? Seer didn't answer for them. He just turned to the four with a lazy smile. We already have a teacher. We don't need her training. Killua answered flatly, pressing a hand to his swollen cheek. That's right. We have Wing-sensei. Gon nodded in agreement. Sure, Biscuit looked strong. But they weren't looking for another teacher. I'm Wing's teacher, you know. That makes me your teacher's teacher. Biscuit suddenly dropped the bomb. Are you serious? Killua's eyes went wide in disbelief. It didn't make any sense. She looked their age. And yet, she was Wing's master? Don't be fooled by appearances. This woman is at least 50 or 60, Seer said lazily. What? Killua and Gon were shocked. No matter how they looked at her. It was way too hard to believe. All right, fine. Killua raised his hands, finally accepting her training. Gon let out a small As long as it's just training, I don't mind. Marrow took a long moment to think before giving his answer in a deadpan voice. I have no objections. Sora nodded. Then let's find a good place to train. Biscuit mused. No one objected. 1 hour later. The group arrived at an area filled with rock pillars of varying heights and sizes. This was a rocky terrain inhabited by numerous monsters, and potentially, hidden players. Because of the rugged landscape, it was perfect for ambushes. At the same time, it was an ideal training ground. The entire area was a basin, filled with towering stone pillars that obstructed their view. Monsters and players alike could be lurking behind any one of them. All right, get down there. Show me what you've got, Biscuit urged. Killua, Gon, Marrow, and Sora leaped into the field. The next second, towering one-eyed giant monsters emerged before them, just like the respawning mobs in a typical game. Each of them engaged in battle, facing their respective opponents. Those two brats are completely wasting their potential. Biscuit muttered in frustration after observing for a while. Besides Ten and Ren, was that all they knew? Gyo. Use Gyo. Why weren't they using it to analyze the monster's weak points or track their movements? Nen had so many applications, it could be used in countless ways. Yet, these two fought as if they had completely forgotten about it. If all they did was brute force with Ren, weren't they just the most basic of enhancement types? And the weakest kind at that. That blonde kid and the beast, on the other hand, aren't too bad. At least they know to use Gyo. Biscuit praised Marrow and Sora before glancing at Seer. Did you teach them? Not me. They figured it out on their own. Seer waved a hand dismissively. They got beaten up enough times, so they learned. Oh, Biscuit fell into thought. She seemed to be considering how to make the other two get beaten up. They're about to get their asses kicked anyway, Seer chuckled, looking forward to the show. Biscuit closed her eyes, sensing the surroundings. When she opened them again, she nodded. I see. A faint trace of killing intent had just flickered, only for a split second before disappearing completely. Even with her level of skill, she had almost missed it. If she hadn't been actively searching, she wouldn't have noticed at all. And if she had trouble detecting it, there was no way the kids below could sense it either. Those two. They're watching us from somewhere. Killua muttered, running frantically to evade the monster chasing him. He glanced back toward where Seer and Biscuit had been, only to find them gone. TCH. Figures. I can't sense them at all. Gon marveled. Just like how they never noticed Biscuit tailing them before, Seer and Biscuit had completely erased their presence. Of course, adults are on a whole different level. The blonde youth spoke in a tone of exaggerated admiration. Gon glanced at Killua helplessly. This was bad. He already felt like he had nothing in common with that guy. Suddenly, a breeze brushed past them, light and unassuming. Gon's movements halted. Huh? This feels weird. His pupils dilated as a thin red line appeared across his neck. The cut deepened. The wound became visible. Gone. Killua's eyes widened in horror. His pupils shrank as if he had just witnessed something beyond belief, something unacceptable. Bright red blood, lifted by the wind, scattered onto the ground. Am I going to die? The realization hit Gon belatedly. He had been injured. So weak. Hand over your cards. A tall, gaunt man with a perpetually gloomy face had somehow appeared behind Killua, a cold pair of scissors glinting in his hand. When had he gotten there? And when had he attacked Gon? Killua didn't care about anything else anymore. The moment he saw Gon injured, his eyes turned dark and lifeless. The boy in green collapsed heavily to the ground, blood flowing endlessly, his fate uncertain. I'm going to kill you. Killua's voice was low and steady, pronouncing each word with chilling clarity. In an instant, blue and white lightning burst forth, illuminating the entire basin. Isn't this a bit too much? Even Biscuit, who had been watching from the shadows, couldn't help but speak up. If she hadn't been stopped, she would have rushed out to intervene just now. What do we do now? Gone. Biscuit's expression grew heavy. She only wanted to refine them, to make them stronger. She never intended for them to die young. And Killua, he had completely lost his composure. In this state, training was pointless. Seer didn't say anything. He simply watched the events unfold below, hesitating for a moment. How did he go down in just one hit? Gon, where's your protagonist's plot armor? This is a shonen manga, isn't it? By Nolt, a blacklist hunter and an A-rank fugitive. I guess he was a bit beyond their limit after all. Seer sighed, stretching his hand toward Gon. Swoosh. Lost in his rage, Killua didn't notice Gon's body disappearing. He only continued his relentless assault on the enemy. No defense. No evasion. Only a mindless onslaught, carrying the intent to kill or be killed. Reverse. Seer casually placed a hand on Gon's neck. The glaring red wound vanished in an instant. Gon groggily opened his eyes. Just as he recognized the two figures above him and was about to speak, Seer chopped him at the back of the neck, knocking him out cold again. Killua's fight isn't over yet. Don't make noise. Chapter 146. The reversed cursed technique, capable of healing anything as long as the person isn't completely dead. According to Sukuna's method, if the soul of the deceased can be retained, then even if the body perishes, complete resurrection is possible. Just look at Itadori in the original story. His heart was literally ripped out, his body was cold for days, yet he still came back to life. Seer wasn't quite at Sukuna's level yet, but pulling back someone who still had a sliver of life left. No problem. Additionally, cursed energy could also be used to protect the soul. Because this world was full of bizarre abilities, he constantly maintained a flow of cursed energy in Nen to shield both his soul and body simultaneously. As for why he could use his abilities so recklessly without being detected by those below, it was because he had deployed a curtain. The range was small, only 10 meters around him, but that made it even harder to detect or break. Those outside couldn't sense the energy fluctuations within the curtain, yet those inside could still observe the outside world without obstruction. If this fight drags on, it's going to spiral out of control. Seer muttered as he observed the battlefield below. After Gon, the next to fall was Marrow. Killua, thanks to his outburst of power, was still engaged in battle. And as for a certain big white cat, it remained airborne, quietly supporting Killua while also carrying Marrow over to Seer's side. Due to their contract, it could sense where Seer was at all times. Its assistance was one of the reasons Killua was still standing. But if this continued any longer, Killua would undoubtedly collapse from overexertion. You don't seem too worried though, do you? Biscuit glanced at Gon, who had been on the verge of death moments ago but now bore no wounds, and then at Mero, who had been critically injured and barely breathing, yet stabilized and rapidly healing the moment the white-haired boy reached out to him. Her anxiety vanished in an instant. What was this kid's ability? To effortlessly heal those on the brink of death without any apparent cost? Just how far could this power go? Could it even bring back the dead? Judging by how he used it without consequence. As she pondered this, she was suddenly startled to see the boy's expression remain indifferent as he let out a dry retch, vomiting a mouthful of blood. At the same time, blood trickled from his eyes and nose. As if this was routine, he calmly pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the blood away. So, this power did have a cost after all. That made more sense. Biscuit's emotions became complicated. Seer, while wiping the blood, caught Biscuit's glance out of the corner of his eye and curled his lips into a mocking smile. Everyone thought the same thing, an ability to save dying people without any price? As if something like that could exist. Though, in his case, it actually did exist. He just didn't mind faking the consequences. By forcefully damaging his own brain, he could easily trigger bleeding from the 7 orifices. It wasn't a big deal, he could just heal it with reversed cursed technique. It was just a bit painful. But his little act had yielded an unexpected result. Congratulations, host. Current Gojo Satoru compatibility has reached 60%. Limitless unlocked. In the manga, when Gojo Satoru fought Sukuna, his limitless technique short-circuited. Simply put, he ran out of stamina, his CPU overheated, his mana was drained, and his brain essentially fried itself. So, Gojo deliberately damaged his own brain and used reversed curse technique to heal it, allowing him to restore his limitless. Seer tested it out and immediately felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his head. It was still within a tolerable range, but... yeah, it made sense why Gojo didn't keep limitless on all the time as a kid. It was exhausting. And mentally draining. It wasn't until Gojo unlocked reversed cursed technique that he could recklessly use limitless 24/7. With Seer's 6 Eyes compatibility only at 60%, he could only use 60% of limitless. In a full 24-hour day, he could maintain it for a maximum of 4 hours at a time before it started damaging his brain. Could he keep it on all the time? Probably. As long as he healed his brain every time it fried itself. A pair of golden eyes fluttered open. The blond young man sat up immediately and, as soon as he saw the white-haired boy, instinctively dropped to his knees. "My lord, I sincerely apologize for disgracing you." He bowed his head with utmost respect. As for nearly dying and then being revived? That wasn't surprising at all. If the Lord willed it, anything was possible. At least you weren't the first to go down. Seer waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconcerned. If he really thought Mero was that strong, he wouldn't have put him in the same training group as Killua and Gon. In Seer's eyes, Mero's skill level was about the same as theirs. In actual combat, Killua would probably even beat him. "Don't you think that guy makes for the perfect whetstone?" Seer gestured toward the man below. Biscuit grinned. "I was thinking the same thing." Binol's strength was just right for Killua and the others to use as a sparring partner. Meanwhile, she and Seer could slack off and just observe. Well then. Seer stood up and casually snapped his fingers, dispelling the curtain. The moment it vanished, Binol's gaze snapped toward them. A young man and a young woman, both fairly young, standing there out of nowhere. It was like they had appeared from thin air. No killing intent. Just an eerily calm stare. And yet, their very existence alone was a threat. "All right, ceasefire," the white-haired figure floating in the air lightly announced. Who the hell would just stop fighting because someone told them to? That's what Binol thought, until, suddenly, The wind that had been interfering with him disappeared. With that annoying interference gone, he immediately gained the upper hand against the silver-haired brat. His scissors sliced through Killua's skin with every strike. "Oi, Killua, Gon's fine," Seer drawled lazily. The white-haired boy, who had been attacking in a frenzied rage, froze. Slowly, he turned his head. "See? Perfectly fine." Seer lifted Gon's unconscious body and shook him a little. Killua's dark, lifeless eyes gradually regained their light. "That's a relief." A smile, genuine and unrestrained, formed on his face. The next second, Killua collapsed, completely drained from using his abilities. Anyone with half a brain would know to seize the opportunity when their opponent was defenseless. Binolt did just that. He lunged forward, scissors gleaming as he aimed for the fallen boy. But before the blades could reach him, a hand caught his wrist. Or, perhaps caught wasn't the right word. Because he couldn't even feel the hand touching him. It was like an invisible barrier had blocked him. No matter how hard he tried, his scissors wouldn't move forward. "We've decided." A white-haired, blue-eyed boy with dark facial markings spoke nonchalantly. "We're recruiting you as an assistant instructor." It was a simple sentence. Yet he said it like Binolt should be groveling with gratitude. Just like those detestable high society types he had despised in the past. "I'll never obey you." A surge of bitter memories rushed in. Binolt's pupils dilated, his body tensed, he was ready to fight to the death. "Can you not force my hand?" Seer sighed, easily sidestepping the wild attacks. "There's no bounty for killing you in this game, you know? Corpses couldn't be taken out of the game. And when a player died, their body returned to reality? Too much of a hassle." With a blink step, Seer vanished. And reappeared behind Binolt. A swift chop to the neck sent the man crumpling to the ground. Chapter 147. The sound of crackling flames filled the air. The scent of roasting meat and spices drifted into Killua's nose as he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was several people sitting around a campfire, cooking meat. The fire's glow painted their faces a deep red. "Killua, you're awake." The boy in green perked up, turning to him with a bright smile. "Ah. This wasn't a dream. Thank God." Gon was really okay. Even though he'd seen him gravely injured just before losing consciousness, Gon now looked completely fine. Like everything he saw before was just an illusion. Something happened. Something he didn't know about. But as long as Gon was okay, nothing else mattered. Killua sat down next to Gon and, without hesitation, grabbed a piece of freshly cooked meat. "It's good." One bite, and his eyes widened. It was shockingly delicious. Right? Right? I think so too. Mero's cooking is seriously amazing." Gon cheered as he devoured his portion with enthusiasm. "Wait. That guy's sidekick made this? No wonder that guy let him tag along, it was probably just for the food." Killua grumbled but still dug in with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, a certain red-haired man sat nearby, tied up like a sacrificial offering. Binolt stared hungrily at the group feasting on grilled meat. His stomach growled. He could only gulp down saliva. "You go." Seer shot Bisky a look. Biscuit sighed. Without a word, she stood up, smoothed out her skirt, and walked over to Binolt. With a quick motion, she untied the ropes. The moment he gained freedom, Binolt lashed out, only to miss completely as Biscuit ducked. "Become our assistant instructor." Her voice was calm. "You have two choices, agree, or die." The contrast was bizarre. On the left, a peaceful dinner. On the right, an intense fight. The scene didn't match at all. "This guy's way too chill about this," Killua muttered, sneaking a glance at Seer, who was watching everything calmly. It's fine, Gon said with confidence. If it were really serious, we wouldn't still be sitting here eating, right? Fair point. Killua scowled but bit into his meat again, annoyed. I get it. I get it. After some persuasion, a severe beating, Binolt, bruised and swollen, finally caved. I'll do it. I'll be the instructor. Seer glanced at him. Then at his injuries. After a brief moment of thought, he didn't heal him. It was fine. Let him stay a little injured. That way, he'd be weaker, perfect for Killua and Gon to train against. If he were too strong, the fights would be one-sided. And one-sided battles don't lead to growth. That was precisely why Seer and Biscuit didn't train Killua and Gon directly. The next day, Binolt dragged his injured body and began his new job, sparring partner. Under his reluctant instruction, Killua and Gon improved at a visible pace. And as they trained, time passed quickly. Something's happening lately, Seer murmured, eyes drifting to the sky. When players died in the game, their bodies turned into glowing specks of light that floated toward the sky before disappearing. It looked like they were turning into stars. But in reality, their corpses were simply being sent back to the console. And lately, there were a lot more lights in the sky than usual. You're concerned? Biscuit asked, raising an eyebrow. Honestly, he didn't seem like the type to care about other players. To be honest. Seer rubbed his chin. It kinda feels like someone's stealing my crops. Biscuit, what? I've been letting them grow, you know? Waiting to harvest them later. And now someone started culling them early. It was annoying. From Seer's perspective, every other player's cards were already as good as his. Someone else taking them first. Unacceptable. Biscuit looked at him. His expression was pure frustration. He was genuinely mad. At someone else stealing his resources. She had so many things she wanted to say. But she held back. You can't just treat other players like your personal farm, you know. Was what she wanted to say. But at this point, she was pretty sure he'd just shrug and agree. I'm gonna check it out. With that, Seer stood up, and vanished. Biscuit just shook her head. Not even a little worried about him. With the boy's incredible abilities, the chance of something going wrong was even lower than her own chances of getting into trouble. Inside the game's town, the number of players visibly decreased. Only NPCs continued to diligently follow the storyline. Players were either dead or hiding, and it was becoming increasingly hard to spot them on the roads. Come out. Seer stood in the middle of the road, speaking in a cold tone. A man in green appeared behind him. There was a bomb on his shoulder, ticking down with a countdown displayed. The style of the bomb seemed oddly familiar, like something Seer had seen before. What happened? Seer asked, turning slightly. A lot of people were tricked. There was an organization that invited us to join and collect cards. But recently, we discovered that the bomber had hidden within the group. Now, all the players who joined that organization have bombs planted on them by the bomber. The man in green sighed. He said that to remove the bomb, we need to go to the starting planes and trade cards with him. If you know any other players, make sure to tell them about the bomber, his ability, and the condition. If he touches someone, and they say the 3 keywords bomber, a bomb will be planted on them. The man in green reminded Seer. Bomb planting, huh? But they would need to be able to touch me, right? No wonder players die so fast, Seer murmured, understanding. Actually, thinking about it, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The bomber killed players to collect cards to clear the game. Seer could just wait until the bomber had killed most of them, then step in to reap the rewards. That would save him a lot of trouble. All right, it's decided. Seer clenched his fist and slapped it into his other palm, happy with his decision. For now, he wouldn't kill the bomber. He'd leave him be. The man in green looked confused, yet also wary. Why? Was this kid not worried at all after hearing about the bomb man's actions? Instead, he seemed pleased. What a weird guy. The man thought to himself, took a few steps back, pulled out a card, and left. Seer decided to visit the starting planes to observe. Groups of players appeared on the planes, while 3 players stood waiting to trade. Among them was the blonde guy wearing triangle sunglasses, the bomber. He looked somewhat familiar, like Seer had seen him somewhere before. Seer dug through his memory and found the answer. It was the guy he had met with Biscuit and Krilo in the Republic of Rocario. That guy had been in the tavern, seeming to provoke others. After he left, an explosion occurred outside, and the mining area was destroyed. Also, the surviving tavern customers had bombs on them, just like the man in green. It seemed they were responsible for it. You're really bad, huh? I'll make sure to avenge everyone. The white-haired boy sat cross-legged in midair, theatrically placing his hand on his forehead and shoulders to pray for the players below. A translucent, dark gray dome-like barrier surrounded him. The trio of the bomber raised their thumbs and shouted a slogan for liberation, only for the players coming to trade with them to simultaneously die in an explosion. It's one of the conditions for using the ability, and they had also explained the bomber's ability to the man in green before. It's just like how revealing a technique publicly can increase its strength. Ah, that's simple. As long as we kill one of them, we won't be able to liberate them, right? Seer observed for a moment before speaking softly. Chapter 148. Book. A swirl of smoke appeared and then dissipated. The card collection book dropped into his hands. Use the card, X-ray vision. Seer casually drew a card. Card number 1002. Difficulty to obtain, F. Card conversion value, 150. Effect, allows the user to see all the cards in any chosen player's designated pocket. As soon as he activated it, the card vanished from his hand, and new information appeared in the book, showing the bomber trio's designated pocket. Current number of cards in the chosen pocket, 90. Just 10 more to reach 100. The harvest season was almost here. Someone is requesting to communicate with you. The card collection book's voice notification rang out. Ah, so this is what the communication card is for. Accept. Seer agreed to the request. Immediately, 2 familiar voices came through, Gon and Killua. Whoa. It actually connected. Where are you? Gon's excited voice came first, followed by Killua's calm tone. Watching a show on the starting planes. Seer yawned. What's up? Have you heard about the bombers? Gon asked hesitantly. Huh? They knew about it too? That green-clothed guy wouldn't be running around telling everyone, would he? Yeah, I've heard. Seer replied casually. Not only had he heard about it, he was already watching the chaos unfold, just waiting for the right moment to reap the rewards. Our training is about done. About Binolt. What do you think we should do? Gon hesitated as he glanced at the trembling man beside him. Originally, they had planned to let Binolt go. But the guy kept saying things like, if I leave, that guy will definitely hunt me down. The bounty devil won't give up on my bounty. And so, despite having the option to leave, he refused. He had been following them for quite some time now. Since they had the chance to contact Seer, Gon figured he might as well ask for his opinion. If Seer didn't want to let Binolt go, well, then too bad for him. Because between the two, Seer's opinion mattered more. Binolt? That guy was still alive? I don't care. Do whatever you want. Seer answered, uninterested. If I see him in the real world, I'll just take his corpse and cash in the bounty. A cold voice came from the card collection book. Binolt broke into a cold sweat. Right then and there, he decided to turn himself in. The moment I leave this game, I'm going straight to prison. Right to jail. You heard him. You can go now. Gon finally told Binolt. Even though Binolt was a blacklist hunter, a wanted criminal, and had attacked them, trying to kill them. Well, he didn't succeed, right? And he even helped them train. So, letting him go was probably fine, right? Oh, also, there's this guy named HxH. You remember him, right? The one who tried to steal our cards before. And then you cut off his hand? Gon continued. What does he want? Seer asked directly. Because the bombers are collecting cards way too fast and are about to clear the game, HxH and his group want to stop them. They're trying to form an alliance with other teams to monopolize the few cards the bombers are still missing. Killua explained smoothly. I see. Seer glanced down at the battlefield below, where the bombers had just killed another group of players and looted their cards before disappearing. If they waited until the bombers collected all 100 cards, it would be too late. They'd already cleared the game. But if someone monopolized certain key cards, the bombers wouldn't be able to finish the game. And at that moment, all Seer would have to do is take the bombers' cards for himself. He would be able to clear the game. Not bad. Very good. All right, go ahead and join them. The boy's voice carried a hint of amusement. Are you coming with us? You are coming, right? Gon asked enthusiastically. Of course. I'll be there soon. Seer answered without hesitation, then ended the call. Use communication. He pulled out a communication card. Card number 1040. Difficulty to obtain, F. Card conversion value, 200. Effect, allows the user to contact any player they have encountered in the game. As the card vanished from his hand, a list of names appeared in the card collection book. Some names were grayed out. Most were unfamiliar. A few were vaguely recognizable. The only reason he remembered those was because he had seen them on bounty lists. And among them, one particular name stood out. Lucifer. Huh? Why was his name here? Curious, Seer tapped on it. Selected contact, Lucifer. And who might this be? A voice came through. It was slightly high-pitched, with a faint quiver to it. The moment Seer heard it, he immediately ended the call. Oh. That wasn't Krilo. That was Hisoka, using Krilo's name. What was he playing at? Now that he thought about it. The Phantom Troop did steal a copy of the game, didn't they? Was Hisoka using this to send some kind of message to the spiders? He was a little curious about how the plot was unfolding now. But only a little. Once he cleared the game, he'd check it out. Use, return. Card number 1009. Difficulty to obtain, G. Card conversion value, 380. Effect, instantly transports the user to any specified location. In a secluded valley. A group of over 10 players had gathered, sitting in smaller clusters. At the front, HxH stood like a speaker at a rally, addressing them all. And that's the plan. If we don't work together, the bombers will clear the game. We must unite. He used this approach to heighten everyone's sense of urgency, making them more willing to accept the idea of working together. I don't mean to object, but what can those three brats even do? A woman suddenly pointed toward three figures. Killua, Gon, and Biscuit. None of them looked older than 15. Meanwhile, Mero and Sora were sitting a bit further away, keeping their distance from the trio. HxH was about to explain when a white light suddenly descended from the sky, striking the ground. They were all familiar with this sight. Someone had teleported using a card. As the light faded, a figure appeared before them. Yo. Looks like everyone's here. I'm not late, am I? A white-haired boy, his arms covered in tattoos, lazily scratched the back of his head as he spoke. But even as he said this, he didn't so much as glance at the crowd. Instead, he walked straight past them, heading toward a white tiger lying off to the side. Go on. What were you saying? Keep talking. Leaning back against the tiger, he rested a hand on its head, crossed his legs, and spoke casually, as if giving orders. You finally showed up. Killua muttered. This guy really had no concept of right away or on time, huh? From the moment Seer arrived, the atmosphere in the valley had shifted. The players instinctively tensed, their guards rising. As if he, and not the bombers, was the real threat. Like animals reacting to danger, no one spoke. The memory of Kajol losing a hand to this guy was still fresh, even if he had already gotten it healed. Killua turned to the woman and asked, "Didn't you say we weren't worth using?" "Well, we know the bomber's abilities. What are you offering in exchange?" The woman hesitated for a moment before replying, "1 rank card." Killua shook his finger. "No. 2 SS rank cards." This time, the woman took even longer to consider. But in the end, she agreed to his terms. Chapter 149. The cards the bomber hasn't obtained yet are 0, 2, 75. As for the Sequence 2 card, 1 Tsubo of Coastline, you can get information about it in Suflabi. Kajol began explaining the plan again after Killua and the woman completed their trade. Wait a minute. A voice interrupted, cutting off his words. Kajol fell silent and turned toward the person who had spoken. We? These people are the teammates collecting cards together. The white-haired boy, lazily leaning against a white tiger, casually gestured at the group, his tone full of surprise. Yes. Do you have a problem with that? Kajol took a deep breath, trying to keep his patience. I have a huge problem with it. This team was at the level of people blindly playing the game. He had expected at least a few decent fighters. But after one glance, they were mostly nobodies. I don't want to join a team of cannon fodder. Seer muttered to himself. Just looking at their strength, they were definitely going to fail. They wanted to beat the bomber to collecting cards. They were more likely to get killed by him first. That single phrase, cannon fodder team, instantly provoked everyone except Killua and a few others. Enough. You don't have to join. Kajol stopped his teammates and looked at Seer. While he acknowledged Seer's strength, they were confident they could get the cards even without him. Besides, it was better to avoid someone so selfish and uncooperative. Fine, I won't join. Seer shrugged, completely indifferent. If anything, he looked relieved. He had nearly ended up in a group of cannon fodder. If he had joined, wouldn't that make him cannon fodder too? If he was going to form a team, it would have to be a team of champions. Killua and Gon looked at Seer. Was he really not going to join them? I'll be waiting for you to fail. The white-haired boy grinned, his voice light, as if he had already seen the future. Killua and Gon weren't exactly weak, but they weren't strong enough to carry a team either. Biscuit was the only one who actually had impressive strength, but she spent 90% of the time pretending to be a helpless little girl with nothing but good looks. And yet, they were bringing 10 other weaklings along. If they actually succeeded, it would have to be pure protagonist plot armor. But the problem was, did these two even have protagonist plot armor? Seer had some doubts. His own protagonist aura was probably stronger than Killua and Gon's combined. Shonen battle manga protagonists usually struggled a lot, right? It wasn't like they were the overpowered harem protagonists who won effortlessly. Probability of failure, 99.99%. Casual's team used Companion to leave the valley and collect cards. Nobody ever said you have to form a team to clear the game, right? Seer sat in place, lost in thought. But since Killua and Gon, who were clearly the main characters, chose to team up, even if they failed, this had to be important. They were bound to stumble upon some key intel along the way. Otherwise, this whole team-up plotline would be pointless. In this game, there were many ways to obtain cards. And in games he had played before. Some dungeons required solo play, while others required a team with a minimum number of players to enter. Could forming a team be a prerequisite for obtaining one tsubo of coastline? If so, how many people were needed? No idea. Oh well. Either way, it wouldn't take long. They would fail and come crawling back soon enough. Book, use Companion, teleport to Krololu Silphir. Seer activated his card. Along with Marrow and Sora, they transformed into a streak of white light, flying toward the unknown. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hisoka was mingling with Shanark and the others, discussing Krollo's situation, until a flash of white light appeared between them. Wow, what a coincidence! As the light faded, a white-haired boy stood in place, blinking in surprise. What kind of luck was this? To his left was the Phantom Troop, to his right was Hisoka, and he had landed right in the middle of them. So, you came to this island too, huh? Shanark was a little surprised to see him but still smiled warmly, looking as harmless as ever. More importantly, I'm curious why you guys are here. Where's Krollo? Seer asked directly, without the slightest attempt to be subtle. Off to the side, Hisoka narrowed his eyes with an intrigued expression. Little Apple seems pretty familiar with the troop. Was it because they were both from Meteor City? When did you get to know our leader? Shanark averted the question with mild surprise. Krollo's whereabouts weren't something they could just casually share, even if Seer was from Meteor City and could technically be considered an ally. We met by chance before. Seer waved his hand dismissively and glanced at the number of troop members present. This lineup. They were only missing a few members before it was practically a full-scale deployment. Where's Uvogin? He's not here? The white-haired boy asked curiously. Uvogin was strong, but if they fought again, Seer would definitely win this time. Uvogin. The expressions of the troop members darkened. The way they reacted. It was as if Seer had hit a sore spot. Seer hesitated. Ah. Did Uvogin die? He knew it wasn't the best timing, but he really wanted to know. Did he get killed by a blonde guy with chain-based weapons? Seer asked. In the original story, Uvogin was killed by Kurapika. But that shouldn't have happened, events had already changed. Unless Kurapika hadn't left with Neon that night and had still gone after the troop like in the original timeline? How do you know that? Finks asked. So it was true. The original storyline remained unchanged? Should he call this fate's resistance to change? Or just Kurapika's sheer obsession with hunting the troop? Just a guess. What a shame, I wanted to fight him again, Seer sighed in a tone that was half genuine, half mocking. Were you looking for me, little apple tilde? Hisoka, who had been ignored all this time, finally spoke up with a grin. Not long ago, he had received a mysterious call. The moment he picked up, there was silence, then the line was abruptly cut off. Now, just moments later, Little Apple appeared right in front of him. From that, Hisoka deduced that Seer had made the call. The kid clearly knew Krollo and was naturally curious about him. Hanging up immediately after recognizing Hisoka's voice. That was so in line with Little Apple's personality. Almost forgot, Hisoka, I came to team up with you. There are so few people in this game that I actually trust to be strong, Seer sighed. Some cannon fodder tried to invite me to their team earlier. They really have no self-awareness. The prerequisite for obtaining that card might be based on party size, so I came to ask if you'd join. The white-haired boy clicked his tongue, a little impatient. Honestly, he preferred soloing dungeons. Why not ask us? Shanark asked with an easygoing smile. You guys have other things to do, right? But if you're free, I wouldn't mind you joining me either. Seer shrugged and let out a short laugh. Of course, he'd be happy if they joined. The troop was way stronger than most players. But would they really agree? Shanark just smiled without answering, but several thoughts had already flashed through his mind. This kid from District 12. Does he know too much? Chapter 150. A moonlit forest at night. The three sides stood in a tense three-way standoff. On the surface, the atmosphere seemed harmonious, but beneath the calm exterior lurked an undercurrent of caution, like a vast ocean with hidden waves. Since you and Hisaka have things to discuss, we'll be leaving first. The blonde, baby-faced member of the troop waved with a smile, leading his comrades away. 2 years ago, he had the same baby face. Now, he still looked exactly the same, as if time had never touched him. Meanwhile, Seer had gone from a boy to a young man, his appearance now almost the same age as Shanark's. Seer gave a casual wave, watching as the troop members turned into streaks of white light and vanished. Then, he turned to face Hisaka. So, what's your plan? Hisaka grinned, the look in his eyes like a farmer watching a tree he had carefully nurtured finally bear big, juicy fruit, a mix of natural satisfaction and a strangely benevolent amusement. I was thinking of calling Suzuki. He should be able to bring in a few other decent players. Book. The white-haired boy opened his palm, and the card book materialized in his hand. Use, communication. Suzuki. Ah, found it. He flipped to the last page, where a list of previously encountered players' names appeared. With teleportation, Seer could move anywhere in an instant, so he had already explored the entire game map, memorizing every location. As a result, he had met more players than anyone else. If he hadn't encountered someone, chances were they were already dead. Use, communication, target, Suzuki. As Seer went through the process, Hisaka simply watched with a smile, half expectant, half like he was admiring something. Suzuki agreed quickly but mentioned they still needed to discuss final details, such as how to divide the cards. Seer didn't really care and told him they'd figure it out later. He said he has 4 people. Including us, that makes 8. And if we add Killua, Gon, and Biscuit, that makes 11. 11 people. Would that be enough? It should be enough. So little Gon and the others will be joining too. Hisaka's voice suddenly took on an extra playful lilt. 3 little apples, gathered in one place. How delicious. By the way, why didn't they come with you? Hisaka asked. Ah, they formed a cannon fodder scouting team to gather intel. Seer mentioned offhandedly. Beside him, the Sora sneezed. Cannon fodder scouting team? Hisaka raised an intrigued eyebrow. It won't take more than a few days before they're done for, the white-haired boy said casually. In reality, it was even faster than he expected. When Gon's communication request came through, Seer was in the middle of a bath. Not a normal bath, he was soaking in a wooden barrel set over a campfire, steam rising around him, making it look as if he were being boiled alive. Sora carefully controlled the wind at his side, ensuring a perfect bathing experience. With a damp towel over his forehead, Seer lazily accepted Gon's call. We failed. Gon's voice carried a hint of regret, though not disappointment. TCH, I can't believe you actually called it. Killua sounded annoyed, clearly frustrated that their failure had been predicted in advance. But we did get some useful intel. To obtain the 1 Tsubo of Coastline card, a team must have at least 15 members to trigger the prerequisite mission. There's a legend in Sufrabi about Razor and 14 devils. The challenge requires a one-on-one match against all 15 of them, meaning we also need 15 players to compete. We attempted the challenge but lost completely, Gon sighed. Killua had warned them beforehand that only 3 members of their team stood a chance in combat. Even so, they hadn't expected to be wiped out so quickly. Ha! Totally predictable, Seer laughed, showing no concern for their feelings. Did they think they were protagonists from an overpowered fantasy series? Of course, it wasn't going to be that easy. To Seer, Killua and Gon felt like protagonists from a dark, gritty shonen manga, one where they had to endure countless beatings to grow stronger, only to keep pushing forward and getting beaten down again. Or maybe it was just the Hunter world's style. The nature of Nen abilities made it nearly impossible for a true invincible protagonist to exist. So, we're planning to recruit more people, form a proper team, and challenge them again. Gon spoke with firm determination. Seer gave a half-hearted response, taking a sip of fruit juice that Marrow had just handed him. But right now, we only have 4 people. Gon admitted, scratching his head. Killua, himself, Biscuit, and a new teammate named Gorainu. As for Kasol and the rest of their previous team, best not to mention them. I have 8 people on my side. Seer stood up from the wooden tub, drying himself off while changing into fresh clothes. Eh? Gon's voice was full of shock. TCH, this guy totally assumed we'd fail. He must have started recruiting people the moment we left. Killua scoffed, unsurprised. This was exactly the kind of thing Seer would do. It also fit perfectly with the Zoldyck family's pragmatic way of thinking. That's great. Anyone you picked must be strong. That means we only need 3 more people, Gon said excitedly. We can just find 3 more to fill the numbers and challenge them again, Killua agreed. Give up just because of 1 loss? Not a chance. They had to keep fighting until they won. So, 3 out of 15 will just be fillers, huh? Well, that works. Seer clicked his tongue, responding lightly. Among the 12 members they had so far, Sisgera wasn't particularly strong, but he was usable. The people he brought along were likely weaker than him, but they could at least function as tools. As for the last 3, their only purpose was to satisfy the 15 players requirement. Beyond that, there was no reason to expect anything useful from them. We'll come find you right away, Gon said eagerly before ending the call. A second later, he activated a company. Seer paused for a moment, then slowly turned his head toward Hisoka, who was bathing in the nearby lake. Unlike Seer, who was being served a luxurious hot bath by Marrow and Sora, Hisoka had simply stripped down and stepped into the lake. Seer had considered doing the same, but Marrow had stopped him. Well, soaking in hot water was pretty comfortable. Should he remind Hisoka to put on some clothes? Otherwise, he'd be completely exposed in front of everyone in a few seconds. Then again, Hisoka probably wouldn't care. In fact, he might even enjoy it. Forget it. Let's just watch the show. A bright white light descended from the sky, landing by the lake. It flashed brilliantly before fading, revealing 4 figures. Hisoka turned to face them. Oh. It's you guys. He greeted them as naturally as ever, completely unfazed by his lack of clothing. He made no effort to cover himself, standing there in his full, unfiltered glory. Phew. Biscuit covered her face with both hands, except for the wide gap between her fingers, which allowed her to take in the view completely unobstructed. What a breathtaking physique. Slurp. She's a total perv, ha. Seer muttered, deadpan. At least now he was sure, Biscuit definitely didn't have a thing for little boys. The way she looked at Killua and Gon was completely different from the way she was looking at Hisoka. Yep. The old lady's tastes were definitely in line with peak male sex appeal.